Who has to leave?
The guy sitting in front row, Leo's guy. He wants him to talk.
Only one guy.
Just say we have someone that's asked to speak ahead of us because they have to leave.
So,
One person has to speak first.
so the meeting is open, correct? I can move forward?
Yeah.
So, got a special request before we go into the work session. All right, somebody here wants to speak and has to leave, so I'm going to allow that. So if that person would please come to the front. Pastor?
Yeah, hi. Good evening. It's really a pleasure and honor to be here and come to the city in a time of social prosperity and social mega buildings and going on and everything else. And I really rejoice to see how advanced we become and how progressive the city look like. And not only that, but you don't see much of me, and most of the people don't know me because the city now is peaceful, and when it's peaceful, I hide. I don't have to be around. I dedicate myself and working in Ukraine and Poland and all those countries where they have more trouble there. I'm traveling to those countries. But what called me and bring me here is that I was checking in my telephone and I saw a situation that I had to address. And I appreciate the opportunity that you gave me to go early because I have church service and right now they are there. My name is Pastor Ray Hermoso. Some people call me Dr. Reverend Ray Hermoso, but Pastor Ray. The reason why I come here is because I like to testify on behalf of Mr. Battaglia. I might pronounce the name wrong. It's this gentleman there, Battaglia. I know Mr. Battaglia for a long time. We worked together in this city for a long time. And the city had a lot of people that many of the people that just came in don't know. They have worked hard, intensively, for the justice of this city and for the blessing of this city. And Mr. Battaglia is one of them. And I could name some, but a fear of missing out and not be able to name it all, I'd rather not to. But Mr. Battaglia is being a very resourceful man of this city. And I remember so many minority. When I talk about minority, I'm talking about all kinds of different people come to him to help. Before all this, before the Honorable Mayor John Labrosi was mayor and all that, no, before all this is beautiful now. Now this is peaceful and it's much better. But I'm talking about the day that this city was really shaking. I don't know if you guys remember when one of our kids got killed and everything else. All those situations, I always saw this man fighting for peace, for tranquility, equality, and everything that you can name that is a good nature. This is the man I know. Now, a lot of people will come from this to the city and they knew and they probably misunderstand a word or something, and then the whole city get alarmed. But I know him for a long time, maybe 25 years. And I seen him in situation, and I see him defending the same people that they accusing him of bad-mouthing or talking bad about it. I know he's a man of character. I know he's a good man. And I have brought in a lot of different people to be helped by him, to connect them with the city. And without regard, race, nationality, sometimes criminal record, because many of you know that I worked 17 years at the Bergen County Jail as a chaplain. So I've been around the city. I came to Bergen County in 1982. So I've been around the city. And all I could say is that a lot of people, they just probably have an opinion, but I just wanted to know that this is a good man of character. That's why he represents the city council well. That's why a lot of Latino vote for the city council because he represents our community great. And not only our community, but he represents the city. What is Hackensack? And I'm here to say, there was a time in the Bible that that Jesus asked his disciple, who the people say that I am? And they told him, one is the prophet, and they all named different people that will not. But Jesus asked him, what do you say that I am? Who do you say that I am? And then Peter responded properly and said, the Savior, the Son of God. Why? Because he knew him. The other people had speculation about who Jesus was because they didn't know him. But Peter knew who he was, and that's exactly what I'm doing tonight. I'm here to testify and say that this man is not a racist, that this man loves people, that this man loves what he does, what he do, helping people, always helping and answering questions about the great city that we have. And I just wanted to know that he loved the city, he loved what he does, and I'm sure that he knows that if he would have said something with bad mouth or something negative, he knows that he loved his job and that was not well taken. So,
Sir,
I just finished to say.
Can you please wrap up?
Yes, I know.
Unfortunately, you have limited time.
No, I understand. But all I wanted to say is that the word moreno in my Latino language is a word of encouragement. It's a word of sweetening. And my Latino. My daughter called me negrito. I am my daughter's, his negrito. And when she called me, hi negrito, ¿cómo está? So, we can say a lot of different words, a lot of different things. But the thing is, you got to find out to see if that person had that desire in his heart to belittle anybody or to hurt anybody. And I know him. That I know. I know him.
Thank you.
And he's not like that.
Thank you
I
very
just
much.
want to say that. God bless you all. Thank you. I got to run.
Thank
I was recognized by the attorney, by the council, by different people in the community and in the county, the sheriff and all that. They give me all this. I never know what this stood for, but I just wanted to know that I have it. Just in case somebody want to see it. Okay, so I was
Thank
announced
you.
by them.
So
Thank you.
we're going to move on with some quick business, and then the public will have a chance to speak. All right? So, go ahead.
First up, I'm going to call up our CFO, Mr. James Mangan. He's going to talk about the 2024 best practices and also the cannabis tax funds and the tree planting for 2025.
Thank you, Vinny. Yeah, here tonight to talk about the 2024 best practices inventory. Let me just, for anybody who's not familiar with what the best practices is, this was enacted by the state legislature, I think around 2010, where the state issues an inventory of what it considers to be best practices that it would like to see every municipality do. Send the inventory out to everybody. We score ourselves. And depending on your score, if you score too low, you do get penalized with the loss of a portion of your state aid. Okay, in the 13 or 14 years we've been doing this, Hackensack has never lost state aid. We didn't lose state aid again this year. One of the requirements of the program is that the results need to be discussed with the governing body at a public meeting. Here we are. Okay, so on this year's best practices inventory, okay, we have a score of 39 out of a possible 46.5, roughly about 84%. No loss of state aid at all, okay? And what I wanted to do was just run through what our no responses were, okay? These would be the areas where the state considers it to be a best practice, and we're not following it, okay? First, oh, okay, sure. Thank you. Okay, the first one is, let me get Okay. The first question has to do with our cybersecurity. Is multi-factor authentication required for remote access to the municipality's network? We don't have that in place just yet. We also have very, very, very limited remote access to our network. Okay. The next one is, does your municipality have a formal policy to purchase hybrid or alternate fuel vehicles? We don't have such a policy. Next up asks whether our employment application specifically asks whether the applicant is currently disqualified from public employment. This is a new one, and quite frankly, not something that I was aware of. But our job application doesn't have that. Okay? Moving on to the next one. All right. Has your municipality assessed and collected the $20 fee assessment for the hazardous lead inspection? That we haven't done, but currently we're in the process of doing that. Quite frankly, I should have answered that one as prospective, meaning we're not doing it today, but we're in the process of doing it. Okay. Going on to the next one. The next two have to do with our health benefits and how we procure not so much our health benefits, but our broker for health benefits. The first one asks if we follow what's called the EUS exemption, extraordinary unspecifiable service. Has your municipality followed the procedural requirements? We didn't do this. This question was asked last year for the first time, and I explained last year. Right now, we're in the process of currently reviewing everything having to do with our health benefits. So we weren't so much concerned with how we were getting our broker as we were with how are we getting our health benefits. The second one has to do with that, again, with our broker, and have we secured the services of our health benefits broker through competitive contract or public bidding. We haven't done that either, okay? But again, we're in the process of reviewing everything having to do with the health benefits themselves, and we really weren't concentrating on the broker aspect of it. Okay. Next question is, okay. Does your municipality's website have a calendar of meeting dates for the governing body? We have lists of all the meeting dates. We have minutes of all the meetings. We don't have a calendar. And I was at a seminar regarding, I looked everywhere, Deb. I don't see a calendar.
I've looked at it a million times, Jim, when I'm trying to figure out when the council meeting is. So.
Yeah.
Does it list all the meetings?
It lists the meetings, but it's a calendar, you know, with the month, the day, the years, and all that. I was in a seminar, and that's what they're asking
you know,
for.
look, I mean, right here, council meeting schedule.
Yeah,
it's
we
pretty-
have all of the
pretty clear.
information. It's just not in a calendar. Okay?
It's kind of nitpicky, isn't it?
Yeah, very much.
Okay.
If they
We
call
can-
it
we
a
can-
calendar right on the top.
Yeah,
We can fix
Say
that.
calendar.
yeah, that one's easy.
Calendar.
Okay, next question is, does your municipality post on its website all of your labor agreements? We don't do that. What we do is, like every municipality in New Jersey, we
available.
file our contracts with public relations, the Public Employment Relations Commission, PERC. We file our contracts with PERC. PERC posts them on their website. We don't post them on our website. Personally, I don't consider that to be a best practice, but that's just my opinion.
Okay.
Okay, moving on. And the last one, similarly, is has your municipality filed the required PERC summary form with all your current labor contracts? We don't. Now, I explained this last year. We have 9 labor unions, and each contract requires a financial analysis. And during negotiations, we do a lot of financial analysis, but not the specific one that PERC is looking for. And I've explained to the city manager, there is no benefit for us in doing that. And quite frankly, I never saw it as a priority, okay?
I might just add, because
Yep.
none of my clients, because the form is ridiculous.
The form
I've
is
spoke-
ridiculous.
I've spoken to the guy who
Yeah.
manages it at Perk and told him the form is ridiculous, and he's agreed with me, because it's just nonsensical the way that they prepare it.
Yeah.
It's just bureaucracy at its worst.
Yeah, I've explained to the city manager, I said, with everything else that we've got going, I'm perfectly content taking the no on that one.
Okay.
All right, so that's our best practices. It'll be posted on the city website. We post all of the inventories on the city website. That'll be up probably by the end of the week. Anybody have any questions? I'd be happy.
My question to you is, what do you, of those that we did miss, what do you recommend that we change so that we don't miss them?
The calendar is a simple one.
Calendar's an easy
You know,
one,
and quite frankly, that's the only one. Okay, we're already working on the hazardous lead abatement
What
program.
about the cybersecurity one? Is that reachable?
Oh, yeah, that's true. That one, yeah, we probably should do multi-factor. That's, you know, in addition to a password, they would send a text message or they would send an email,
Right,
something
right,
like that.
another wall of defense, right?
Right, right. And the health benefits ones, yeah, we'll address that when we address the entire health benefit issue. And our employment application, yeah, we can make that. That's a small fix. It's just one question.
If it's an easy fix, I say
Yep.
we do it.
And we can discuss a policy to purchase hybrid vehicles.
Okay. Any questions, council?
No.
No, you're good?
Thank you, Jim.
Happy we're not losing any state aid, Jim.
I'm sorry?
I said, happy we're not losing any state
Yeah,
aid, that
yeah,
we were
we-
able
no,
to
we don't
get
need
the
that.
numbers good enough so that we qualify
Yeah.
for full aid. That's great.
No, on the city website, that's all. And then what they did this year was they wanted the minutes of this and the minutes of that. Okay, so we answered yes to this, yes to that. They also, this time, they asked for the specific address so they could verify it. And that's why, when there was no calendar, you know, the seminar I was at, no, it has to be a physical calendar.
Okay,
Anyway,
we can do that.
okay?
Thank you.
Jim, you want to go right?
While you're here,
Yeah. Okay, yeah, the next topic has to do with our cannabis funds. Now, just to back up for a second, is one of the hallmarks of this administration has always been to try and hold the line on taxes as much as we can. And the best way to do that is to come up with alternate revenue sources, non-tax revenue. We've spent the last 10 years trying to find different ways of coming up with non-tax revenue. Well, our first cannabis retail establishment opened almost a year ago. We're coming up on their 1-year anniversary, okay? And the mayor and council had decided and asked me to look into the possibility of diverting some of the funds that come in from the cannabis tax for the planting of trees around the city, okay? And unfortunately, there is no statute that allows us to do that this year. But there is a way that we can do it for next year. So, so far this year with the cannabis tax, we've taken in $183,000 for 3 quarters. Even though they're open for 4 quarters this year, we're only going to take in revenue for 3 quarters in the first year because the tax is due 30 days after the quarter ends.
right.
So the 4th quarter won't come in until 2025. And they opened in December of last year. So that's why we didn't have a 4th quarter for this year. But the plan is that in next year's budget, we'll anticipate most of this revenue into the budget as non-tax revenue, to hold the line on taxes. But a portion of it we are going to dedicate to the planting of trees in and about the city. And I think, Kathy, we talked about $50,000?
We talked about I believe the first payment we received was $53,000.
That's
Yes.
correct.
Personally, I would like to say, let's take that first cannabis payment and put it in trust for trees. We all know, you know, the storms, the change in weather, and just the age of some of our trees, that we've lost quite a few trees throughout our city over the last few years. And I think setting up this trust fund enables, we have a shade tree committee that actively works on these types of things. They can we can come up with plans, you know, where we're going to go and what we're going to do. And now we'll have some funds that we can actually put to good work and get some of these trees back where they belong. And I think it's kind of cool to think, you
Yeah.
know, we have, you know, we kind of have cannabis
It's an
monies
excellent
coming
idea
in.
when you take what's basically a sin tax.
That's right.
And you're using it for something
Using it for good,
positive.
using it
That's-
for
yeah.
something positive.
Green to
So-
green.
So I think, as the council, we always look for ways to be able to take some funds in and to be able to accomplish things without hurting our taxpayers.
Mm-hmm.
So I think, when this came, we all, we talked about it amongst ourselves, and I actually was the one that said, why don't we just do this? And it's something we could put to good use. So we're very excited. I think everybody's great, right? About being able to do this and have some funding there so that we can actually come up with a great plan and execute it. You can come up with all the plans in the world, but executing them sometimes is the hard part. So I think this is great for us.
And that will be a part of the 2025 budget. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Good. Thank you, Jim.
Thanks, John.
Okay. Vin?
All right. Next up is discussion regarding the Adopt a Drain program.
Yes. This is a program that you'll be able to see online that allows for you to adopt a drain within the city where people will volunteer to be able to pick a drain near their home and keep an eye on it. And if there are leaves or other debris, to clear it in between when the DPW is available to do so. It's a plan that has been used across the state and the country and has proven very successful.
Okay.
Any questions?
No. That,
Information for people, how they would sign up, will be on the website?
right.
Yes, once this is done, we will sign an adopt a drain agreement, and then at that point, we will have some public relations efforts, because this will only work, obviously, if people are interested in adopt a drain. But as I said before, it's something that has been done throughout the state, throughout the country. There's some very interesting tools. If anyone's interested, they can go to adoptadrain.org, and they can see exactly how the program's going to work. And once you approve it today, and it gets rolled out, as I said, this is going to be something where public communication is going to be essential, explaining how it's going to work, how you adopt a drain safely, the tools that you'll need to do. There's a very good internet website that allows you to record everything that you're done, and it's sort of a community way to be able to help flooding, because, the issue is, it's the fall right now. Leaves are everywhere. And so DPW goes and does everything it can, but, you have a big windstorm and it blocks the storm drain, and you have a big rain, you can get backups, you can get flooding. And so this encourages people to pick a storm drain near their home that they're going to keep an eye on, and if it looks like it's being clogged with debris, to safely remove the debris. They're not going into the drain. We're just talking about like using a rake or, putting some gloves on and moving the debris out of the way, so that the water, if it comes down, obviously we haven't had rain in months, but if we ever do get rain again and the water does go down into the storm drain area, it doesn't get blocked up and backed up by leaves and cause flooding in the community. So it's something you do on the margins. It helps a little bit, but it's proven very popular as a way for the community to be involved in the concept of, what can we do to help avoid flooding in the community, which is something obviously is an issue in Hackensack. And we'll roll out more information on that once this has been approved and the program moves forward. I believe Frank is involved in that as well.
And it's a proactive approach. In other words, rather waiting for the flooding to happen and figure out how we clean it up, proactively, oh, look, I'm having a bad weather report. Where's my drain? It's right near my house. Let me go take a look. And there's actually a way that you can estimate how much or what the quantity is that you've actually removed and enter it into the tool. And that provides good information for the city as well. So this way, we may know that certain areas seem to have more issues than others, and it enables us to direct our DPW and do more things proactively. So I think it's kind of cool that you can, feel like you're a part of it and protecting your own home or the area around your home, and it helps the city become more proactive ahead of storms before we have some flooding.
Yeah, and I'll just add briefly, this program was actually developed by a bunch of college students in Minnesota at a place called Hamline University, and they rolled it out sort of as a civic way to deal with flooding, to assist in that area. And since then, it really has gone across the country. As I said, I've looked, and at least 50 municipalities in New Jersey do it, and cities and municipalities across the country as well. So they've really sort of hit on a way for there to be more community involvement in this important area.
Okay,
Okay.
thank you.
Next up, I'll turn it over to Deputy Mayor Canestrino for the Teterboro Airport update.
Okay, Frank, do you have that? Okay, I represent the city on the Teterboro Airport Noise Abatement Committee, and we meet quarterly, so usually I try to give a quick debrief of what happened at the meeting. So our quarterly meeting was on October 30th of this year. Okay, Frank. This is what was very concerning to me, and specifically why I wanted to bring some of this forward to the public, so you understand how frustrated I have become in being part of this committee. If you look at the top, right, we sent a letter, TANAC, that's the Teterboro Airport Noise Abatement, Aircraft Abatement Committee. We sent a letter to the FAA in June of 2023, okay? And the item that's in green is our item, all right? The others are coming from runway 1, runway 6. Those are coming from the Rutherford side. Item in green there says, you know, what we asked is we have an alternate flight path that has been developed by the FAA in conjunction with what we recommended as a committee. And that would avoid the many jets and the noise and the pollution from it from flying right over pretty much the residential part of our city, right over our hospital, over Prospect, and then, you know, coming across in closing and over the whole Second Ward, over the Hiller School, and coming down into Teterboro Airport. And it's just not getting used. It's just really not getting used. So doing some research with the airport, we came and looked at volume numbers in Teterboro on this particular runway. And it just seems that Saturdays and into Sunday morning, there's really not a lot of utilization. So it would be a good time to get pilots used to this new approach into the airport. So we asked the FAA to have the air traffic controllers make this the preferred route during those times. Let's get people used to doing it. I mean, think about it. You know, if you're going to visit your mom and you know, hey, every time I'm going to go and drive to the next town to visit my mother, you have a way you go, right? I make a right here, I make a left there, that's the way you go. So if I came to you and I said, I don't want you to go that way anymore, all right, I want you to now make the left, then the right, then another left, you may say, the heck with Kathy, I'm going to go the way I'm familiar. And it's similar with the pilots. They're used to coming in on a certain approach. So if we can get them used to this new approach, they may find not only is it simpler because you're flying over Route 17, so you know you're looking at a much lower elevation, but it would also help the communities, not just us, but primarily Hackensack. So the frustration here is that we keep getting put off, and what was most frustrating is if you look at the notes there, basically at this meeting they said, we're not even going to start to talk about it until second quarter of 2025. You know, we're talking 2 years after we've made this request. So there's a lot of frustration and discouragement, and I'm going to talk in a few minutes a little bit more about some of that. Next slide, Frank. Teterboro Airport, I have to say, has stepped up and is doing things. In the beginning, I wasn't so thrilled with what they were doing to promote this, but they are doing a much better job. They're taking some of the things we asked for. They're going out, they're participating in workshops. They're promoting the use of this airport, of this flight path. They have mugs that denote it that they're giving out at these things. They're having meetings with the pilot user groups. So they're trying to get people to use this, and we appreciate that. It's really the ability of the FAA to step in and make this happen. That's where we're frustrated. Next slide, Frank. All right, just to take a look so you see, this just shows from January to September 2024, comparing to other years of this particular time frame, just the volume of what's coming in and out of that airport. All right, now you see, you know, back in 2019, pre-COVID, they talk about activities. That's either an arrival or a departure. There was over 124,000 flights coming in or out of Teterboro, just from January to September, not even the entire year. And then during COVID, it dropped off, so we had a little bit of a break. Slowly but surely, you know, you see now in 2024, we're right back up there at this point to over 124,000 flights that are coming in and out of that airport, you know, in these few months. So just imagine, I know they fly over my house, so I know I can see them. Sometimes it's one a minute, and sometimes it's every other minute. And it's not just the noise, but it's the smell and the fuel. It's total pollution. And when you think about noise, and we had this discussion at our last meeting, when you think about noise, it's noise that is pulsating noise. It's impulsive noise. You don't know when it's going to happen, all right? Sometimes it's quick, sometimes it's slow, and you can relate that to, think about when you have a faucet dripping in your house, right? How annoying is that? Because you'll go away and you'll think, oh, it stopped for a minute, and then it's back, or it's slow, or it's fast. And it's the same with this kind of noise. So it's very disturbing to people's health. It makes people anxious when they have this, and you can't enjoy your outdoor space. So just imagine that this is what's happening again now at the airport. Next slide, Frank. All right, so if you look at runway 19 is ours, if you're the one that's in green. So runway 19 is the one that flies right over our city on arrivals coming into Teterboro Airport. And just look, in these last 9 months, we've had 26,452 arrivals just coming right over coming through over Summit, Prospect Avenue, going back down over the Second Ward over our Hillers School. Next one. Now, who's using this alternate route? Now, instead of going over all of our homes and our schools and disturbing all of us, they could be flying over Route 17 and much lower elevation, right, than the height of Prospect and Summit. Plus, if you're living on Route 17, which I believe no one is in that area, the noise alone from Route 17 would be far worse than what you're experiencing here. Yet you see that the little blue one is the number of times they're using that alternate route, which is actually even decreasing over years. And it's only really being used at night, which, yeah, we want to sleep well and we like it at night. But, you know, out of what, 7,500 flights in this past quarter, it was only used 38 times. I mean, you can't even consider that a use, in my opinion. Next slide. All right, now look at the two green ones that you see there. What TANAC has done is they've put noise monitors in different towns throughout Bergen County that are within 5 miles of the airport. That's the quality. So we actually have 2 of them. If you see RMS 103, RMS 104. RMS 103 is on top of the hospital. Now, if you look at that compared to last year for this time, last year the noise was at a number called 60.4. That's the average decibels of noise over the 24-hour period. Now look at this year, it's gone up by 2.4 decibels. I mean, so we're seeing it not even stay constant, but to get worse. The other one we have is on, I think it's on Park, trying to read it, trying to remember, I think it's on Park Street, and there it went down a little bit, but it's still up there. Now look at everybody else, you know, Moonachie, Little Ferry, no one is near the amount of noise that we're seeing. So Hackensack is really the town in this area that's suffering the most from this noise. And that's why it's so important for us as residents to speak out and have our voices heard that we need this to change. Right, next slide. Noise complaints, those of you that know me, I'm always saying, you know, if you hear something, see something, say something. You can go to the airport website and you can log in noise complaints. And, you know, the squeaky wheel kind of gets the grease. You can see now if you look at it, 50,457 noise complaints have been filed so far this year by all of the towns in the area. But I have to say there's a tool out there that you can buy that you can press a button and you can just continually hit that. So there are some anomalies to the numbers that you see here, but it's still a lot of complaints. Next one. All right, in green you see Hackensack. And those of you that have been here know me, we're in the fight with Rutherford. We always compete. Who gets the most noise complaints filed? Last year it was us. This year, folks, Rutherford's killing us, right? They got way more noise complaints. So we have to do that. Your voices will be heard. You hear it. You file this report online, and it gets registered, and it must be reported that that noise is increasing. Next slide. I'm not going through this, but these are non-TANAC times. So these are towns throughout the whole of Bergen County that are also submitting noise complaints. Next one, Frank. Or is that the last one? Yes? Okay. All right. So real quickly, what do I want to do about this? All right, a couple of things. What was very disturbing to me at the last meeting was the airport has a new airport manager. So whenever you get someone new, you know, they want to change rules. And the whole basis of this committee is to have two-way conversation, but a lot of it focused on them listening to us. In other words, we live with this every day, and it's us raising our voices to them and acknowledging that we're not dealing very well with all of this noise activity. So right now they're kind of trying to introduce ways to stymie some of the conversation And anyone that knows me and can hear me tonight knows that I do kind of talk a lot, so I'm not real thrilled with that. I think that this is supposed to be listening to the cities, and I'm there to represent all of you. So I'm a little disturbed about that. Plus, I think talking about this 4 times a year for a few minutes is not going to get anything done. So I've asked them if I can chair up a subcommittee within the TANEC community to try and come up with a better way to get some change effective, not waiting till second quarter of next year to still even just begin to look at it. So one other thing I want to do, and I want to see if any interested parties here, and if anyone is interested that's here or out watching this in TV land or YouTube land, I would like to create a little subcommittee of our environmental committee right here in Hackensack. And I think we need some people that are interested, that want to have a voice, to come. I'll host the meetings, maybe we'll start having one a month, and it may be for a short period of time, a longer period of time, and just to kick around some ideas. I've kind of used every trick in the book I can think of to get this done, so I'd like to hear if some other folks maybe have some ideas as to how we can pursue this and get our voices heard better with the FAA. So anybody that thinks they might want to enjoy and be part of some of this, my email is listed on the city website. It's my first initial last name, kcanestrino@hackensack.org. Just submit an email, say, hey, I'd like to be part of this committee. I'd like to come to some of the meetings and have some discussion, and then I'm going to see about setting it up. Thanks. Sorry if I was a little long-winded, but I think it's worthwhile for people to hear.
Thank you.
Council have any questions?
No. Thank you.
Chris?
Yeah. Next up, City Engineer Chris Wheaton.
Evening, everybody. So getting into our construction projects for sewer parks and others, roads, et cetera. Our major projects overview has a couple changes in it, shown in blue. The polyfly drainage improvements are delayed as we're trying to resolve workarounds for the utilities in Polyfly Road. Those are in progress, and so it's just a slight delay while we resolve the pipe placement, the storm pipe that's going to cross Polyfly Road. There is a change also in Anderson Street drainage area sewer separation. We've had some in the past couple weeks. There was a break of Veolia water supply as we were working near Berry Street, and that was resolved, but it did create a slight delay. And we are delayed again as Veolia is considering our next encounter at the next intersection with Stanley Place. And so Veolia is working on their plans for improvements to their pipe, either before or concurrent with the work that the city has planned. So we're awaiting that resolution, and hopefully it will not delay us significantly. In our sewer separation projects, again, our current project is the Anderson Street drainage area, shown in pink. It's a significant drainage area where we are separating sewers, separating the stormwater from the sanitary sewers. On this project, we're currently, we've made progress. We're really very far along in the project. As I say, it should have been completing this month. We now anticipate it'll be completing next month. There are new sanitary sewers installed. The storm sewers have been completed on Clay and Burdan and James Street and Berry, and as far up Railroad as just approaching Stanley Place. So we're just awaiting that Veolia improvements so that we can complete the storm work on Stanley Place and the intersection there, and complete Railroad Avenue storm pipe also up to the north of the project area. And again, on this project, we are restoring the streets as we're moving along. So the curbs and sidewalks are being restored. We've completed Clay Street, Berdan, and James Street with paving and curbs and sidewalks. And Berry and Stanley and the remainder of Railroad Ave remain to be completed. In other sewer contracts, we are working on the generator and automatic transfer switch for East Kennedy Pump Station. The ATS, or the automatic transfer switch, arrived early, and so we were meeting with the contractor today, and this week they are working on the installation and commissioning for the transfer switch. The generator is scheduled to be shipping to the city in December, and the completion of the project will be shortly thereafter.
Chris, could I interrupt and ask a couple of questions here? Because I received a couple of calls about this particular area. And actually, I think there might be some people here that live, if you live in the area surrounding or in or on or around Hudson Street, just raise your hand, folks. Is there some people here that are from that particular area, from kind of the southern part of the city? Okay, so folks, you might want to listen here. There's been, you know, as we know, with the bad weather, we've seen flooding in different areas. And there was a lot of concerns, or some calls that I've received, particularly about this particular area, you know, south part of Hudson and the other areas that had some pretty bad flooding during some of the storms. And I know, compared to other towns, we've been blessed. You know, we really did not have the impact that some other towns had, but we did see some flooding that was detrimental not only to homes but to businesses in that area. So I'm very happy to see that we're having a generator there. Now, we've done the work to make sure that the size of this generator will handle, how many pumps are there?
There's 3 pumps there.
And that this generator will handle all 3?
I believe there's 2 pumps at a time that run. One is a standby, or is a spare.
Okay, so it should be able to manage these 2, and
Yes.
there'll be an automatic transfer should there be a loss of power, right?
Yes,
Okay, so that was always a big problem, you know, if we lost power, especially in the middle of the night, getting somebody down there to fix it and in a timely way. But then the second part, again, is I think we're doing some work, if I'm not mistaken, with the screens.
We have solicited quotes to clean the screens at all of the pump station and CSO facilities, yes.
Are we replacing any of them? Are we making them more updated? Is there some way that there can be a better way of maintaining these during a storm? Because, you know, once they're clogged with debris, which can happen especially in the fall, as we know, you know, everything is running downstream, and then, of course, it's not very effective for the water to be going through those screens. Are we doing anything, or is there anything we can do that can help in that situation?
Yes, absolutely. There are improvements that will be needed for the screens. They are at times prone, they have to be watched, you know, during operation to ensure that they are operating effectively. And so there are sewer operators at the facilities when they are in service to make sure that they are, you know, operating as intended.
But say like during a bad storm, do we do anything, is our DPW available? Do we do anything proactively to know that, hey, if this thing is clogged or these screens are blocked in any way, that we can work at it at that time and not wait until it's after the fact and we've already had the flooding?
Yes, that's correct. As I say, typically sewer operators are staged at these locations during storm events, which would be, you know, prior to the storm starting, when we know that it's coming. Sometimes there are storms that, you know, downpours that happen that we, you know, we can't
All
necessarily
right,
stage
I'm
for.
happy to hear that. That generator should be running by the end of the year, you're saying, right?
Yeah,
Thank you very much.
sure. And while we're talking about sewers, again, just a reminder that some homes are equipped with backwater valves, and these would be important if you have a basement that's below the location of the nearest upstream manhole to your residence or to your place of business. Backwater valves need to be maintained and cleaned and checked on to ensure their proper operation. So just a reminder to the public to, you know, keep an eye out for your backwater valves. And if you're not sure if you have one, you should speak to a plumber. And if you think you should have one, it's worth having a plumber investigate and determine if you do have a backwater valve, and maybe you should consider having one installed if you are subject to water possibly entering your basement in the event of a sewer backup. In parks, as I mentioned, we, on the polyfly drainage project, this project is essentially complete except for the final plan for crossing Polyfly Road, which is, as I said, in progress right now. We are presently rebidding the Johnson Park Sports Complex project. The project is out to bid, and bids will be due December 2nd. And in Fashini Park, we are just updating the plans for fields 8, 9, and 10 renovation. The plan is slightly revised to address the wetland transition area flagged by DEP. There will be design documents circulated to a subcommittee next week regarding Fashini Park. In roads and traffic, we are working on the Prospect Ave pedestrian safety project. This will include 2 flashing signals for pedestrian crossings, one at Prospect Ave at Thompson Street, and the other crossing Prospect Ave, Prospect Ave at Atlantic Street. The work, next slide please, Frank. The work is essentially largely completed. The crosswalks are there, the street improvements have been made. As you see, there are these kind of bump outs into the street at Atlantic Street, which are intended to and do provide improved visibility for pedestrians who are trying to cross the roads. So the hardscape improvements are done except for the signals themselves. The signal equipment should be arriving this month and will be completed in early 2025. And with that,
Is it?
any questions?
Just, I mentioned to the city, sorry. Real quickly, I have an issue with the Atlantic Street Prospect crosswalk project, and even here it shows 2 lanes. As you know, we lost a lane somewhere along the way, which is causing a dangerous backup to traffic, which does not allow ambulances to get into the hospital, which we can have. So we need to move forward. I spoke to Vinnie. There has to be some kind of change there. It queues up, and traffic backs down past to the women. If an ambulance is coming westbound up Atlantic, and the traffic is queued back past women and children's, which is the entrance to the ER, all right? And there's a lot of traffic coming eastbound. Ambulance cannot get up that way. And there was 2 lanes before, and I understand we were presented this before, but nobody ever said we were losing a lane of traffic. So that to me is an issue that we need to address.
There were 2 lanes previously, and just to clarify, there were 2 lanes only at the time that you get to that intersection. It's 1 lane up Atlantic Street until maybe the last.
But it's still allowed, it didn't cause the queuing that's being caused now. I see it every day. I get out at 3:30, 4, and that's when it really starts at shift change. At other times of the day when there's not shift changes, but when you have 8,000 people working in a hospital and they're all leaving at, 3,000 are leaving at the same time, you're gonna have a problem. So it's something we need to monitor. I don't know whether we need to do a traffic study, but, I have been just hammered at work, because I work at the hospital with this.
I did hear those concerns and conducted, some observation myself last week. I did not see, admittedly, it wasn't 4 o'clock, so.
Right.
But
And
it was
the other
3
thing is,
o'clock.
there's a double yellow line going all the way across the intersection, all right? If I'm not mistaken, I don't know if you can make a left across those double yellow lines, and it's weird, because the way the road curves now, it seems like, it's wanting you to make a left-hand turn, yet technically you got a double yellow line that you're supposed to cross. There's supposed to be a break in that double yellow line at the opening of an intersection, I believe. I mean,
I'll have to take a
so,
look at that.
the double yellow line
If we go
runs
back to that picture,
continually
maybe I can
down
see
the
it.
street, so that's an issue as well that we need to look into. So-
Yeah.
Let's check it out, just to make sure, because the last thing you want is somebody who when you're in an ambulance, time is everything. And if you're sitting there waiting for 30 seconds, 2 minutes, 3 minutes for traffic to clear, that's not a good thing. Yeah.
Of course, Mayor. I would suggest that we do some traffic counts to determine if there is a concern with the level of service there.
Okay,
We can
thank
definitely
you.
do that.
All right. Okay, so I need a motion to,
you.
and obviously, we're gonna have a little later night tonight. I need a motion to open to the public.
Offer.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. My apologies ahead of time, because the other meeting is going to start late. I'm sorry, but the public gets their right to speak. So anybody who'd like to speak, please come to the podium. We're gonna keep a strict 3 minutes. Listen up, folks. Everybody's gonna get 3 minutes, and that's it. So, what?
Good evening, Marty Smith, Prospect Avenue. I'd like to start by thanking Mr. Caruso for providing me with certain information concerning the request we made for a lower speed limit on Summit Avenue between Passaic and Spring Valley Avenue. One of those things he provided me with was a letter from Captain Michael Antista concerning the survey that was done by the Bergen County Sheriff's Department. The survey showed that 11,970 vehicles drive that section of Summit Avenue on a daily basis. What I did was I rounded that out to 12,000. I took away 4 hours of the daily survey from 1 a.m. to 4 a.m. when there is literally no traffic on Summit Avenue. And I divided the 20 hours into the 12,000. It came out to 600 vehicles an hour use that section of road. I then used the original figure of 11,975 and multiplied it by the 7 days in which the survey was done, and that came out to 83,835 vehicles that use Summit Avenue between those 2 points. Now, the reason we asked for the reduction in the speed limit was because of 2 things: the width of Summit Avenue, which is a wide avenue, and the fact that there is 10 intersections between Passaic and Spring Valley Avenue. Only 2 intersections have crosswalks. 8 of those intersections remaining are unprotected. Now, unfortunately, Captain Antista, at the end of his letter, says that we should not be lowering the speed limit because certain speeds within the jurisdiction of that section, which is under city jurisdiction, should remain the same as other sections below Passaic Street, which is 35 miles an hour. Now, actually, there are 3 speed zones on Summit Avenue, and we have cities in Hackensack that have as many as 5 speed zones. So I don't know what the difference would be if we added a 4th speed zone of 25 miles an hour to ensure the safety of pedestrians in that stretch of Summit Avenue. Thank you.
Bill Wassley, 464 Kaplan Avenue. I wanted to do a little clarification about your airport noise thing and runways. You mentioned the alternate runway just goes up 17 and it goes directly to the airport. That's not actually where it goes. It actually goes from the airport from 17, but then it has to curve in to get to the thing there. It does run over houses. I know which house it runs over because it runs right over my house on that. So I just want to make clear that when you tell me you're trying to benefit Hackensack and all of that, and you mentioned, when you said it goes over your house, you mentioned something about noise and the smell and all of that. Yeah, I know about all of that, and you're just trying to move it over my house, okay? That's fine, not in my backyard, I guess, or something like that. All I'm saying is you're picking and choosing favorites. You may decide there's more people here, and we're just going to pick on these people here. But whatever you're doing, you are picking and choosing favorites in terms of this. And it doesn't just go over 17. It actually curves up. It does go over houses on that. There are someone else. There's a councilman who lives right in this block over here who might have some idea about this as well that I speak of on that. And that's why I just want to clarify that, because you make it sound like it's just a dynamic one-way choice, one way or the other. It's really not. You're really just picking and choosing favorites. And I can tell you, I'm not being picked and chosen on. Thank you.
Just so you know, it's not, what we're hoping to get is perhaps 30% relief. So it's not like this will be the only choice. It's just saying if we could at least get 30% relief for some of our residents as well. And I understand that it may cut through a path, but it's pretty noisy in that whole area, as I'm sure you know. I'm sure you hear it even right now. So it's not like this is going to take all of the volume. Its plan is if we could get at least 30% relief for some parts of the other town that really have a terrible burden. That's what our goal is. I just want to make sure you understood. So it's not like all of those planes will be coming over your area. It will be a very small portion of
Right, and
what.
even if we have some noise there now, doesn't mean we deserve other noise, okay? That's really not the case, that 17 has so much noise, really? Someone said that, really? I mean, come on.
All right. Next, please.
Good evening. My name is Fabian Gonzalez. I've been living in Hackensack since 1980. I'm not only here to represent myself. There's a small group from South Hackensack, the south side of Hackensack, that are people that are testimony to how Leo will always answer our needs. And I met Leo in 1981. I was probably 7 years old, 6 years old, through soccer. And ever since I know him, that's his only love. If he hates anything, it may be football and baseball. Other than that, he's if I had a top 50 of people that I've met in 45 years in Hackensack, he'd be on the top 50 list. I know him to be an honorable man, and it's a sad day for Hackensack no matter how you look at it, because this is not the Hackensack that I know. Maybe I'm naive, but I always thought Hackensack was everybody was one. Obviously, it's not perfect. There's racist people everywhere. But this is not a town where people want to throw fire on that part of the United States of America that is suffering so much from this type of stuff. If we want to throw Hackensack into that, then all I could do is pray. But like the Reverend said earlier, as far as I know him, he's a great man, and I don't see a racist bone in him. And like the Reverend said, moreno, prieto, negro, that's just a skin complexion in Spanish. We don't have the N-word in our culture. And that's all I have to say. He's a great man. That's all I know.
Thank you for your
My name is Giovanni Battaglia. I haven't been present at both incidents, seated just 10 feet away from the person that accused Leo of being a racist at the Paramus High School bleachers. I'm in a unique position to set the record straight. I must emphasize the significant harm caused by Ms. Laria, statements that slander, defamation, and unfounded accusations of racism. For those who may have had friction with Leo, I want to make it clear. He is on the council, but he's not a politician. He's a dedicated citizen of Hackensack for over 45 years who immigrated from Ecuador, raised a family in Hackensack, experienced racism, and eventually became frustrated from attending council meetings where no one addressed his requests. Let's start with what happened. The first incident occurred Thursday, 9/12, where Leo is accused of trying to push children off the Hackensack Middle School soccer field. Of course, that is a lie to slander Leo. He would never do that. We have a group of Hackensack senior alumni that may be playing on the middle school field for years with a permit. They are here to attest that was an absolute lie. Then on Monday, 9/16, the visitors' bleachers at Paramus High School, at least 50 yards away from where the coach was standing. Leo was nowhere near the coach or the players' bench. Some people are assuming. Leo was wearing his usual councilman gear when a family engaged him and asked him to please come back to coaching because the Comets were losing bad. Most may not be aware of this fact, but the varsity coaching position is a paid role. It is not uncommon for parents, fans, and alumni to express criticism of coaches. It happens in every sport. I can state with confidence, since I was present, that any comments made by Leo were entirely within the bounds of decency, especially considering he was there representing Hackensack and standing directly in front of a crowd of Comet fans. Melissa asked why Leo was in the stands. The answer is very simple. His son lives in Paramus, and his grandsons play soccer for Paramus High School, and his kids are Hackensack alumni. As Leo walked away, he made a final remark. He couldn't coach, but to let him know when Coach Moreno left. Melissa was listening to the conversation, and this comment triggered her. Her immediate reaction from 5 rows up in the bleachers, she jumped up and accused him of making a racist remark. something only she perceived. In response, Leo motioned for her to quiet down. We're in Paramus. Let's not make a scene. And then he just walked off the bleachers. This part she didn't mention in her testimony when she came here on 10/8. She was cursing loudly for all the fans to hear, declaring she was not afraid to confront a councilman, that she did not give a shit multiple times. Then from the top of the bleachers, she called Leo the vilest expletive, without any regard for the fact that young children, including my 12-year-old niece, my 14-year-old daughter, were sitting right next to her. My daughter, visibly concerned, came over to ask me why this woman was cursing at her grandfather. I gathered up my kids, my mother. We left the bleachers while she continued cursing. I chose not to engage her because my primary concern was the safety of my family. We made the right decision by leaving the bleachers. I did not call the police because she was the only one yelling. I was worried about getting away from her and having to wait for police to fill out a report. In hindsight, I should have.
Mr. Battaglia, your time is up.
You can come back and speak another 3 minutes at the regular meeting if you haven't finished with your comments tonight.
Okay. So the NAACP, there will be races in Hackensack, but my dad is not one of them.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Esther Garcia, and we come in representation of Newman Street and Lehigh Street. Thank you, Leo. And I'm being real. Thank you to him. Our street is free. We're not leaving. We were trapped in our own house. We couldn't go outside. Our kids couldn't go outside. Nobody else is hanging out. There's no more violence, no more chat, nothing else. Thanks to him. And we appreciate you. He used to go every day in the morning and night checking on us. He go and listen to us. This is the type of person that we need in our town. Look at all these people here. You saw us coming here every meeting, right, guys? Crying out, living in our own house. We couldn't go outside. Now we are so happy. We could go outside. No more crime. Thank you to you guys. Thank you to you, Leo. And we really, really appreciate you guys. We really appreciate the police, too. So thank you so much.
Yes. Next person, please. Give your name to the clerk.
Hi, I'm Courtney Rag-Mathias. I am here for not the rest of this. I am a resident of 284 Kaplan Avenue. My complaint is about the speed and parking on my block. The week of August 15th to the 22nd, you guys put the black box at the end of our box, at the end of our block, 4,700 cars went up our street in that week. That is a non-school week, that is a summer week, and the end of summer week. 4,700 cars. We are here for a speed bump, maybe no parking, cannot tell you the amount of accidents. You cannot pull out of your driveway. You have to back in your driveway because there is just speeding cars going up and down. Our other issue is hospital parking. They have 4 blocks of parking. We have just heard that you can't come in and out of the lot or in and out of the streets. They park on our streets. It is 2-hour resident parking. The Teslas, the Maseratis that are doctors, that are more than 2 hours. I call parking enforcement, they know my name, they know my voice. I've had an officer come to my house and says, what happens, how would you feel if you come out of your job and your car is ticketed or towed? I'd feel great because my husband can park in front of his house. We have to do something. Behind these people fighting for black rights is the rest of Kaplan Avenue, and we all have the same complaint. Something, I don't know what needs to be done, but you guys did the box. I don't know what comes from the box, but we still cannot park on our street. There's still accidents on our street. My neighbor just had his car side striped, so now he's gonna fit 2 cars in a driveway, still with no results. Something.
Could I ask you, I'm not familiar exactly with, I'm obviously
is two-way.
familiar with Kaplan, but
It's
284 is between which blocks?
It's between Parkway and Prospect.
So it's down towards the hospital end more?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, 2-hour, it's 2-hour parking and or with the resident stick here, yes.
You also
But-
have I believe, because Hillers is right a few blocks
Hillers,
away.
our problem isn't Hillers, though.
Yeah, no,
Our
that's
problem-
most of the teachers park a little closer, I think.
Yeah,
Okay.
the teachers tend to park,
They're more on Simons and that,
I work from home 3 days a week.
Mhm.
My office window is in front of the street.
Right.
Our problem isn't Hillers. For the speeding, though, it is, because those kids, if they cut through the park and they come down Parkway to go to,
Right.
let's say, Essex Street or to Newman,
Mhm.
they're fighting for their lives.
So do you think a lot of it's caused by people making lefts onto
Oh, it's
Kaplan from Polyfly
It's
coming
left
up?
on the Kaplan from Polyfly. It's making the left from Essex to Parkway, and then it's also coming down from Prospect
So do you
Avenue.
think having a no left turn off of a
I know that
Polyfly
has
or?
been discussed,
Right.
maybe,
Yeah.
something with speed too, maybe the little,
Okay,
you're doing,
I'm
like
just
what's on
thinking of,
Prospect, you're doing.
I'm just
Twitter.
looking for the low hanging fruit on how to help this
Maybe
situation.
a speed bump, I don't know. Maybe
Yeah.
no parking on one side. You get paid the big bucks.
All right, yeah, I wish.
All right. I'm gonna give you back your time.
All right, thank you, appreciate it. Next person, please.
Good evening, council. My name is Sam Allen. I'm a resident of Kaplan Avenue. This is my wife. We are here with the couple that just left. We know you guys understand that we've been complaining about the speeding on the block. The speeding is a hazard. I am the latest victim of my car being sideswiped right in front of my house. The cameras, everybody has cameras, but sideswiping, you don't catch anything. We've all,
Right.
looked through minute by minute and you can't see anything. But all of my neighbors have had their cars damaged badly from speeders or drunken drivers or whatever it may be. But we are looking for help in solving that problem, whether it is the no left turn sign onto Kaplan or the speed bump that I know we've asked about before and we've had that conversation. So we really are here to ask you guys for that help. So a bunch of Kaplan Avenue residents here today. We've been here a few times.
Understood.
So we are,
So
we
what I'm
are
gonna-
here open to
Yeah,
to
we've been,
suggestions
for
and help.
the last few meetings, have been getting a lot of Kaplan Avenue complaints, and we're addressing in different ways. But one of the things, you have the school issue, you have the hospital issue, obviously. Me personally, I think it's a lot of people cutting through neighborhoods to expedite their trip home, let's say, or their trip in, one way or the other. Do you find most of the side swiping happens going westbound on Kaplan up the hill or eastbound?
Down the hill.
Eastbound. So that would make me think it's more people at any certain time of the day that's particular,
All day.
all day.
I could hear the speeders at 2 a.m. sometimes because it's just so loud.
So if I'm coming down Prospect and I go over Essex and make that first left, I'm flying down your
You're
road.
flying
basically.
down the road.
All right.
Yeah.
So that's Kaplan at Prospect seems to be where we really need to focus on cars cutting through.
And even making the right onto Kaplan off of Parkway.
Yep.
People are not even stopping at the
Yeah.
stop sign. We came home to a car totally flipped over right there in that intersection.
I know.
From not stopping.
Yep.
Somebody speeding up the hill, somebody not stopping
Yep.
at the stop sign. Catastrophe.
Understood. We'll get to it. We're getting on it, believe me.
you. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Good
Next
night.
person.
My name is Carla Nieves. I also live on Kaplan at 293. My car personally has been hit twice. First in 2022 with repair damages upwards of $16,000. And then again, a few months ago, someone hit my car and they hit it so bad that the car that hit mine was stuck onto the other car. And that's how I was able to get the other car's insurance company to pay for it. But at this point, from my insurance and, I have 2 car accidents on my record just from having my car parked in front of my house. So I feel like I'm about to be uninsurable, for one. But 2, every time I come home at night, I feel anxiety trying to park my car in front of my house because then I don't know what I will see in the morning. It's very frustrating every time I wake up, and when I saw those 2 incidents, my car was almost completely totaled, and It's all the speeding on the street. I have 2 young children that cannot play out in front at all.
Okay.
So
Do you
I would
also live
just-
between, if I may, do
I
you also
also
live
live
between
between-
Prospect and Polyfly?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
So we are definitely looking for that no left turn onto Kaplan from Polyfly, as well as some kind of a speed bump or something.
Okay. And we'll also be looking at no local, local traffic only type of signs
Yes,
from
and then-
Essex down South Prospect.
And then we do have other people that, park there from the hospital. I don't
Yep.
know what's going on
That's
with that
problematic.
enforcement.
I understand it's problematic.
Okay.
I work there, I know parking's tough at the hospital, so.
Yeah, it
yep.
is. Yeah, I work for Hackensack as well.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sir? We know you're Kaplan Avenue.
How you guys doing this evening?
Good.
Full house today, I see.
Yes.
Yeah, so I've been working with Tina Capadonna, your lieutenant in traffic.
Okay.
And why couldn't we get speed bumps on Kaplan Avenue?
That's
I know
a
you're
good
gonna
question.
tell me the plow and everything else, but I just came from Union City myself, and you want to talk about congestion?
Yeah.
Blocks over there have speed bumps. They're not speeding.
So do they have traditional speed bumps or the,
Speed beds?
Traditional.
Speed beds.
the longer ones?
Longer
They're just the longer
Longer
ones? So they're not the, okay, so that's,
Right.
there's a difference. So that's
Then
something we can look at.
Well, I don't,
Yeah.
listen to me, if, like I said, you could put anything in the middle of the road that's gonna prevent people
Right.
from damaging their car, and I
Right.
can assure you that
Table
nobody's gonna
bumps.
come doing 50
Yeah,
miles an hour.
they're called
down the hill.
table bumps. It's a longer, more
Right.
gradual.
I'm okay with that.
And the plows handle them much better.
Yeah.
You want to use our block as a test dummy? I'm okay with
Well,
that.
we may do that. Well, because
Absolutely.
of what's happening, we may do that.
It's
So-
just going crazy.
You're writing this down. So we might.
But my
use-
one question is, you got a
Sure.
lieutenant who came to me, and I spoke to her on the phone just recently. Vinny, you told her to call me, she called me, we were on the phone for 45 minutes.
Yep.
If she doesn't believe that there's a problem on the street, she shouldn't be working for your department.
Yeah.
Things that she said to me was unbelievable.
You
She
take
says
that
that's
to the
normal.
microphone.
She said that's normal. That's not normal. This is a residential block.
Yeah.
So the reason why I said, okay, fine, you probably would have had more people here today, but they couldn't fit and some of them couldn't come. Everybody on this block is getting damages to their car and the speeding, and they're all kids. At the end of the day, what's it gonna cost by putting a speed bump or a speed bed?
Well, like I
a
said,
bump
we
in the
may- we
road,
may pilot
a
your
hiccup
street.
light? I don't know. But it's just getting to that point that as taxpayers, we shouldn't come home. My son came home from college, couldn't fit the 3 cars in my driveway. I had to put half my car on the sidewalk and half the car in the street.
Right.
That's not just, not as a taxpayer,
No.
not in this town at least.
I don't disagree with you.
It's
sir.
growing pains, and let's put speed bumps. She doesn't believe it. She doesn't feel like that block qualifies for anything.
Yeah.
So, I mean, and what really gets me even all this, and I said, Tina, I must have called you and sent you multiple emails. You've never been to my block to look at it. As a lieutenant, you would think that she would come and see what's going on there.
Okay. That's something our city manager wants
Just,
to deal with.
again, I just want to voice my opinion. My wife,
appreciate it.
Elaine, may want to say something as well.
Yes.
Microphone.
I
get
work
your own
at the
3 minutes.
hospital. I know, it's quick. I work at the hospital.
Right.
I walk home. This is not only Kaplan Avenue, Essex. There have been people who have died in this town. Recently, there was an employee crossing over Essex and 2nd Street. This is an issue. This is a problem.
Right.
This is a great turnout for obviously different issues, but as a community, people have to come here and address issues. I mean, the poor woman that passed, was killed on Polyfly, no one, even thought twice to say, hey, all we heard was that's a county street. If not, they're not addressing the problem.
We did approach the county to lower the speed limit.
Yeah, well,
and
that
they
is a
refused.
problem. I mean,
We
I
tried to
cross.
get that speed limit lowered several times.
Yeah, well, that gentleman that first came,
Lighting needs to be
And we've also approached public service for more lighting on
what your previous
on
lieutenant
public.
said? That's a PSE&G problem, because they're not changing.
Well, no, it's a city / versus PSE&G. We've said we need more lighting here, the speed limit's too high, and we've gone back and forth for probably, there's been at least 3 fatalities I know of on Polyfly Road in that stretch between Lodi Street and Essex Street.
yeah, we're a growing community. I mean, obviously, a lot of people are coming in from different areas. Our hospital, is getting huge. I mean,
Yep.
it needs to be addressed. And I think for different neighborhoods, that's something that please, we could keep coming. We've been coming for the last few months, and
Yep.
we've seen, again, the change in this community, all the growing, but it needs to be addressed. That's one of our problems, and we thank you guys for all that you're trying to do, but we do need to see change. I mean,
Agreed.
before someone else dies or before more accidents. I mean, every other day, these police officers have to just come for traffic accidents. This is ridiculous. People
Right.
are not, it's, if you ticket these people for speed, we were told 4,700 people come up our block in 1 week, and that's not an issue. And I mean, bottom line is, it's the volume and the speed. We need to address that. And again, as a community, I see everybody is here. We've been here for a few meetings, and hopefully, we've never had issues with racism or anything like that in our community. I've been here for 25 years, and unfortunately, whatever happened between a group of people, it's unfortunate. But as a community, we are very diverse, and I can tell you, as my family, my neighbors, we're all united. We're very good friends, and again, hopefully, things get resolved. So that's all I leave, but speed bump, please. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Appreciate it. Next person, please.
Jeff Carter, President, Bergen County NAACP. I stand up here with my executive board and also Deacon Robinson here and other members of our board. What happened should not have happened. Leo, you said you were going to resign. We're waiting for the date. We are 100% waiting for the date. It shouldn't, as a public official, you should be held to certain standards, period. Let me say that, period. And when you go out and do things, you represent the entire community, not a portion of it. And if you think you're the best soccer coach in the world, that's fine. But you don't need to demean other soccer coaches. I was heard that by somebody that the coach is paid. Absolutely. But a coach is a mentor. A coach is a guider of young minds. The kids are out there doing their best job. It isn't about winning, it's about winning in life. I've coached for 15 years in football, had winning seasons, had losing seasons, but it's about the kids getting an education, because even if they're the best soccer player, they can't play for life, and they need to know that. And you should be ashamed of yourself for what happened. People just don't make those remarks because they don't like you. So we stand here, and other people, we have pastors and everybody who will come up and speak. We're waiting on you to give us the date that you will resign. Because in Bergen County, there is no place for what happened, and the way you gracefully do is for you to resign.
Next person, please.
Good evening. Press Yamu. Press like the button.
Yeah.
Good evening, everybody. Mayor LaBrosse and Council, as a concerned member of the community, I'm deeply troubled about how you're handling Councilman Battaglia's harassment of Sean Holder, the head soccer coach of Hackensack High School. I've since been made aware Councilman Battaglia has tried to interfere with recreational youth programming by intimidating and threatening participants. It is a responsibility of members of this council to nurture scholar athletes and encourage them to participate in leadership roles in our city. Councilman Battaglia, you have failed in this responsibility. Hackensack is a diverse community, and as we know, it doesn't count skin color against those who wish to give back. This behavior is unbecoming of an elected official of our community. Anyone who serves in leadership understands that it's not an easy task, as you all know. However, as a person of faith, my commitment to man demands that I say to you, bigotry, bias, and racism cannot be tolerated in our community, especially when our children are watching. One of my favorite leaders, Martin Luther King Jr., said, "The time is always right to do what is right." And as I stand here once again, I implore the council to do what's right by removing Councilman Battaglia immediately. Thank you for your time.
Next person, please. Give your name to the clerk.
Jamie Bland, and on behalf of the National Action Network, I would just like to say I really thought that it was beautiful that there was a community of Hispanic people that came out and they said how great you were. They said they expressed a lot of the love that you have for them and that they have for you. However, there's another set of Hispanic people that translated racial slurs. So now I'm in the middle of right now trying to figure out why did this happen? Because first of all, the Afro-American people, they voted you in. The ones that you racial slurred, they were your biggest fans. So I don't know how you can hurt us and other people can come out and say to you how great you are, but you're tearing us down and our black vote counts. It voted you in, not only you, but everybody up here. So if we're not seeing color, and you are the councilman, and you see color, I see a huge problem. And if I see it, I know most of these other great people of God see it. Other great council people have to see it as well. So what I ask you is with the humanity in you, because that humanity is what sometimes make it so that we can't sleep, maybe can't even eat. I ask you to do the right thing. You know what you said. The Hispanic people were hurt. Maybe not the great ones that were here today. And I'm glad that you were nice to someone. But we are all hurt. Black, Hispanic, and other nationalities, because there's no place for racism here or nowhere else. Thank you.
Okay, this is going to be a little bit hard for me. My name is Gulda Battaglia. I have lived in Hackensack for 24 years.
Get close to the microphone, Gulda.
I'm also a mother of 2 children. My oldest son is 24 and went to Hackensack Middle School. My youngest one, who is 12 and attends the middle school right now. As a member of this community and as a relative of Mr. Battaglia, I would like to express my deepest apologies to the Hackensack community for the pain these false accusations are causing to all of us. Many feel angry, frustrated, impotent, and disheartened about this difficult situation. A situation that should have not escalated if politics had not been involved. This problem has hurt families and children in many different ways, and even created a division in Hackensack, something that we as a community don't need right now. Shame on the people who supported one side of the story, knowing that Mr. Battaglia is not a racist. We are not a racist as a family. Also to the ones who believe these accusations without finding or asking for the other member who has been also a member of our community for more than 40 years. Mr. Battaglia is a human being with many qualities and imperfections, just as we all are. He cares for the Hackensack community with passion and dedication, helping every citizen. Unfortunately, when you have such a desire to make things better, not everybody will agree with you. Therefore, he has many political enemies who will hurt their community to take him out of office. In addition, as a parent and citizen, we have to remember that we are role models for our children and teach them that we all make mistakes, as having difficulty conversations are essential to respect and understand each other's culture. That being said, I would like to address the word that my father-in-law used while having a conversation with a friend which was the word moreno. With anticipation, I ask for forgiveness if I have offended you by saying it. This word is used in many Latin American countries to call somebody with affection or neutrality. I was called morenita my whole life, or morena my whole life, and I never felt discriminated by using that word. That was part of my culture. I understand that I live in Hackensack. If my black family, friends or coworkers tell me that this is an offensive word that makes them feel discriminated, I will be more conscious of not saying it because I care for them. And it's about understanding and compromising on living in a better place. Is it time? Not yet. Okay, I'm sorry. The last thing that I would like to address is the use of social media. Creating postings that are sensationalistic to damage persons' reputation by sharing lies or misleading information doesn't teach values of integrity or truthfulness to our kids. On the contrary, we're teaching our kids to handle situations with impulsivity and anger, with the intention to cause pain and hurt the other person. Let us be mindful and responsible when we post information on social media. I understand we have freedom of speech, but before you post something, think about how could you be hurting the family?
Please finish up. Thank you.
These people keep feeders into your heart. These are the people that
Hello, my name is Ashley. Speaking in front of large groups isn't something I usually do, so I will keep it short. But I'm here to address the accusations against Leo Battaglia, which are untrue. I was one of 4 people who spoke with Leo at the Paramus game on the day of the incident. Leo was walking past me and my relatives, and we stopped Leo and greeted him. And as we chatted, we joked with him, asking why he wasn't coaching anymore and saying he should consider coaching the high school team. In response, he mentioned that he might be open to it cuando el moreno se va, referring to Sean Holder. In our Spanish-speaking community, this term simply describes someone with dark skin, and it's not intended as a negative remark. In fact, I often describe myself as morena, and many in our community use the term similarly. Given this cultural context, I find it difficult to understand why he's being accused of racism by a community that also uses the same term. During our conversation, 2 young women overheard and began interrupting and shouting and calling Leo inappropriate names like viejo asqueroso. This language was especially distressing as children were present, including my own 3-year-old daughter who overheard these remarks. Leo handled the situation by walking away, which I believe was the best response given the circumstances. I chose not to engage further because my primary concern was the well-being of my daughter. I didn't want her to witness her mother in an argument, so I kept calm, focused on watching the game. I'm simply not the type of person who likes to argue. Leo, if I hadn't greeted you that day, maybe this situation could have been avoided. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Agnes.
My name is Milko Milin. I'm from Overlook Avenue, and I'm not from South America. I'm from Croatia, which is a small country right across from Italy. Beautiful country, you should visit it. I moved to Hackensack 10 years ago and met Leo, but I heard of Leo before from soccer, which we were in German-American League, and heard nothing but the best. I met Leo here. We became friends right away. We traveled to Hackensack. We speak about soccer. We talk soccer. We dream of the field, which would be great for Hackensack. Whatever Leo promised, anytime I needed anything with the field, with the players, Leo gave his word. Leo came out with it. This is not the first time I came to Hackensack 10 years ago. I used to come here for you young soccer players. I used to come here in 1962, 63, 64. Main Street was a place to be. Hackensack was a place to be. It was cars. It was beautiful, beautiful life in Hackensack at that time.
Hey! Excuse me. While someone is at the podium speaking, we give them the respect and we don't speak behind their back, and so they can't be heard. Please. No speaking from the line there, please. Thank you. Appreciate it.
As I repeat again, I moved to Hackensack, and I love Hackensack. I know there is 157, I believe, different nationality in Hackensack. I go to the church here and I meet all of those people in the church, and I love every moment of it. Alfonso here, my friend, and I, we run the soccer team over 50. Anybody's welcome to our soccer team. We play at Johnson Park every second Sunday. Okay. As I said, I come from Europe, and its mentality is more Italian. We've been occupied by Austrians, Italians, so we have different languages, different nationalities. In Croatia, we say for a dark-skinned person, we say moro also. On Italian, which is also, they said for a beautiful girl, una bella mora ragazza, one beautiful dark-skinned girl. So there is nothing to that that should be of big concern that that's something derogatory. Leo is a great man. Leo, you should stay on the council. If somebody doesn't want to vote for you, that's too bad. You have too many people who support you here. And your council should support you, which unfortunately they didn't. They should support you. They should stand by you. Either you die together or you live together.
Hello, my name is Vincent. I'm a South Hackensack resident, former Hackensack resident. I'd like to start about the previous gentleman saying, and I agree with that. It's always the right time to do the right thing, and that's why I'm here today. And to remind everybody, on the October 10th committee meeting, when everybody lined up here, speaking against racism, they had their right. But let's just remember that they heard that someone said something in the language and culture and translated it conveniently into a particular Old English word. Let's not forget that. It's all what somebody else said, originally for the same person. Let's start there. I also did my years of coaching. I know Sean Holder. Sean Holden was one of my kids, a great kid, and his family, and his brother, his mother, great people. Sean was the type of person that would never start a fight. He always try to end one. I love that kid. But Leo Battaglia is like family to me. I've known him for 40 years. What is unheard of, what nobody speaks about until now, is all the things that nobody knew about. The little things you should do, making sure kids are safe, picking them up from practices, taking them to practices, always volunteering, even the things that nobody ever heard of, like a phone call to a coach to get a kid into a particular school, or to be at a college, or pushing through a scholarship, of any color, Now, sure, they're right. There should be no racism here. But is this what happened here? Is this what happened here? It was a particular word in a different culture, particularly translated to an Old English word. Not even a true translation, a particular Old English word. Let's remember that. And everyone who tested here is only hearsay, what they heard somebody said. Let's not forget that. As far I can attest, though, surely for his character. Known him for 40 years. The thing he used to do for kids, him, his wife, making sure all the kids are picked up, keeping kids off the streets, giving them some sort of hope for the future. I was also a volunteer coach. When we did it for free, there was never any problems with money, because any kids that couldn't afford it, we chip in for it. That's how the Hackensack Recreation Program was and continued to be, much of it spearheaded by Leo right there. So there's a lot of adults now who can attest to his character. So if the council's going to hear all the people that were here on October 10th, for the record of what they accuse him, you should hear all the people who support him, his character, long before any of you were in the council. That's all I'd like to say. Just remember, he is not a racist just because one person decided to translate something in a particular way. Right? Thank you.
Good evening, councilmen and councilwomen. Like my brother Vinny just said, we're here hearsay of one word. Okay? I'm here to offer my perspective on Leo Battaglia as a person I've had the privilege of knowing over 40 years. My name is Sakar Musa, and I was a player for Leo's soccer team since the Bergen Kickers in 1982. During those years, I learned not just about soccer, but dedication, leadership, and the true spirit of coaching. It is these qualities that I believe that define Leo Battaglia. Leo's commitment to youth soccer, particularly Hackensack, cannot be overstated. As a volunteer coach, he consistently went above and beyond to ensure that Bergen Kickers team had every opportunity to succeed. He organized tournaments, provided transportation for players whose parents could not drive them, and never let financial barriers get in the way from preventing anyone from playing. His devotion was purely driven by love for the game and his desire to see kids excel. I am forever grateful for Leo's role in shaping my soccer career. Thanks for his leadership. I played soccer for 43 years, including as a captain at Hackensack High School, captain at Rowan University, a coach for Soccer Excellence, a coach for Wyckoff Torpedoes. I coached for over 10 years. I know firsthand that the challenges and sacrifice involved coaching, and Leo's commitment was truly remarkable. He didn't go it for recognition, but because he genuinely cared about players and the sport. Leo's impact goes beyond just coaching. He's always been a force to good community, bringing youth players together and fostering a sense of joy through soccer. His extensive knowledge of the game and his ability to recognize and nurture talent had made him a pillar in Hackensack. Recently, his efforts to advocate for the construction of the Dome at Johnson Park is just one of the examples of his ongoing dedication to improving recreational opportunities to the town's youth soccer. Most of it, he did it volunteering. Like my brother Vinny said, volunteering. Out of his own pocket. I'm aware of recent accusations against Leo, and I feel compelled to set the record straight. I was not there present for incidents on September 12th nor the 16th. But I can't say without doubt that the claim that the veteran players were deliberately trying to remove children playing soccer on the field so the veterans could play. Absurd. I'm one of those players. I go there all the time, and you know what? I don't believe. Let me just finish one more quote. Rumors are as dumb as the people who started them, and as fake as the ones who spread them.
Thank you.
Evening. My name is Anthony. Brothers with them.
Get close to the microphone, Anthony.
I'm known Leo about 40 years now, and I'm testimony to what everybody's been saying about him. I remember he driving around his van, pick up all the kids to bring them to practice. His brother actually started with him the Hackensack Royals. My brother Vincent coached Sean for free, all those years, for free. What is Sean charging now? $1,500 a kid is what they're charging. What does that do to a Hackensack family trying to raise somebody? Raising a couple of kids who want to play. You know, and all this, I watched this whole thing on the 10th.
Stop the time.
Where this woman came up.
Hold on, sir, 1 second. Outbursts from the audience will not be allowed. If it happens again, I'm going to ask a police officer to take you out. I don't know who said it, but I hear yelling from the audience. We're not going to have it. Continue. I'm sorry, sir.
Well, anyway, I was watching this video of the last meeting on the 8th of October, and I saw some woman come up here and quoted, again, Karen said, "I can't repeat what he said." Everybody else filled it in. Everybody put their own word in. Everybody here came just to listen to Karen say something. Oh, I can't repeat it. And all of a sudden, he's a racist. And everybody came up here, pointed fingers, and called him a racist. You don't even know the man. The journalist writes an article. Allegations. Didn't follow it up with anybody in any kind of interviews. Puts it out there. She sells her papers, does everything. And everybody's on the jumping on the bandwagon all over this man. I know this man. He is not racist. If he saw anything of a doubt with kids, he would tell them to stop. He's not the type of person. I've seen this guy do what he did when he with all the kids. It was all about the kids. He taught me how to coach. I coached 18 years, free. PAL from 6 years old to 18 years old, all free. Now it's all a paycheck. Or other reasons why they're calling this man a racist, which I can't see. Is it because we're voting? That's another priority that you have here. Don't say that he's racist. If you could step down, step down. I would never apologize for something I never did. That's for sure. And everybody should back him up on this because everybody knows who he is. Everybody is just pointing fingers and that's it. She said, oh, I can't repeat what he said. Really? That's what we're going on? Did anybody do any checking on her? That's all.
Reverend Carolyn Davis, the scripture also says to be careful what comes out of your mouth. And if you offend, whether you meant to or not, you're supposed to apologize. That's what you're supposed to do. A lot of people here are saying you're a wonderful person. I'm not saying you're not. They know you. A lot of my friends here would say I'm a wonderful person, I would hope. Just like this community doesn't know everything you do, and everybody's talking about what you do, your community doesn't know what I do. The power of words does not, I just lost it, hold on 1 second. I'm not good with these phones. The power of words does not always come from the words themselves, from the perception of hostility. The offended person does not have to prove it was offensive to them. Now, of course, to all of you who understand what Moreno means, that's fine among yourselves. But to somebody who doesn't understand, it's offensive. Right. I can call my friend something, doesn't mean I can say it to you. Right. That's why in many work situations, they don't want people speaking their language around other people who cannot understand what they're saying, because it can be interpreted in the incorrect way. You have to be careful of what you're saying. This was not said in a jostful way. You were upset, and when you use the word in a different it takes on a different connotation. I know what they're saying about Moreno, but I've also heard other Spanish people, and I looked it up myself. And first of all, why do you have to refer to anybody by their color at all, especially in a mixed situation? I've been in Hackensack 76 years. I've always lived in a very diverse neighborhood. And no, we didn't have racism. And nobody's trying to cause racism. But when we see something that looks like it, we're going to call it out. And it looks like it. And in my 76 years, there's many times when we didn't say anything, we stepped back, well, we don't want to say anything. Well, I'm old now. I'm old, and when I'm old, I want to call it the way I see it. You're a councilman, you have to be careful of the words you say around people. It's nice that all your friends understand that it's not a bad term. But for people who don't understand it, if you just wanted to talk about the coach, you should have said Coach Holder. But when you say something in another language, knowing that person can't understand it, it takes on a whole different connotation. And coming here, when he came here, if you were really concerned about his feelings, you should have said, I'm sorry that you were offended. I didn't mean it that way. But that's not what you said. You said, I'm not apologizing.
Hello. My name is Steve, and I met Leo when I was 9 because he scouted me over at the Johnson Park fields after I scored some goals. And I can say that I met him when I was 9. I'm 23 now, so I've known him for 14 years. And for me, Mr. Leo has always been someone who has instilled good values and respect since I've known him. I remember very vividly when I used to play for Royals one day, him sitting us down during a practice and teaching us about respect. And it was because we weren't being very respectful to our coaches. And he took all of us, set us on the bleachers, waited for everybody to get to practice, and he was like, we need to be respectful. And it's something that was prevalent throughout the team, throughout the coaching staff, throughout the players. My teammates, we had what you'd call Americans, Italians, Hispanics, African Americans, both in the coaching staff and also alongside me, and we were always taught to be respectful to each other. Also, as a person and his character, he has always been unwavering towards his friends and his community. For me, he's always been there in good times when I've scored goals for him, but also in times which haven't been too great for me in life, and always unwavering in his support toward me. And I think his community can also say this thing about that. Another thing is that I feel that he makes people that he interacts with always feel respected and feel like they belong there. I feel that you can get on a field with 20 random people, and within the first 5 minutes, you feel that you've made 20 new friends and a new community that you can talk to now, that you can have a good time with. And being with Leo, I always feel that I can connect with other people, and never have I ever felt that he's made a situation uncomfortable. If not, it's the complete opposite. And so I'd just like to finish off by saying once again that I've known Leo for 14 years at this point, and the way that he's treated me and also the way that I've seen him treat people around him and people around me has been nothing but kind, and in my eyes is someone who always goes above and beyond for his community. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Gil Ponce. I live in 46 Broadway here in Hackensack. I got to this country in 1988. I never played for Leo. I always played against Leo. Why? Because I was too good to play for his team. I'm an alumni here in Hackensack. I graduated in 1998. I'm in Old County, Old League, all of that good stuff. But we're here for one reason. A lot of people might think that, we're not minority anymore. We were in 1988, we were minority. Spanish people were minority. Now we're not. As you can see the turnaround, we have a lot of Spanish people. We have a lot of Spanish people that own businesses here in Hackensack. We have a lot of Spanish people that own their homes here in Hackensack, like myself, and my whole block. And people don't come out until election time. They don't come out to our houses and they say that we don't vote because we're Spanish. Is that racist? Because they say we don't have papers. Because they say we don't have a voice. That's what Spanish people are now. That's what they consider us. Well, Mr. Battaglia has always come around for us, and we came out to vote for that purpose. That's what we heard. That's what we come out to vote. When they come out to our houses, we vote because we have a voice. He is our voice in our town. The problem nowadays is that everybody's sensitive about everything. I voted for Donald Trump. Am I racist? No. Right? Does it make me racist? No. If you know that it's like the jacket the gentleman is wearing, this has Obama, correct? Proud of Obama, correct? You know that Obama deported more Spanish people from this country than any other United States president in history? Exactly. So this is where we're at. This is the type of how we're living nowadays. I appreciate everything you do. I was about to sell my house because I was having problems with getting my permits to fix my house, to make our community better. But I didn't sell my house because Mr. Battaglia helped me out with the city manager so we could come to an agreement so I could build my house, so I could stay in Hackensack. My kids do not go to Hackensack schools. Why is the reason? Because obviously our system is failing here in Hackensack. I got my kids in private schools because of that reason. My kids do not go, I make enough. So I put my kids in private schools because of that reason. But because of Mr. Battaglia, I'm building my house. I want to make my city better because I grew amongst everybody, not just white, black, Indian. I don't care what you are. It is what it is. We're a community. We got to come together. None of this nonsense about he was or he got more or he got less. It's the community that we have to be with, not anybody else. Thank you.
His thing on? Question, first of all,
Can you give your name to the clerk, please?
my name is Elijah Covington. Like I said, the last championship that Hackensack won in wrestling, we don't care about what took place 30 years ago. We care about now. Coach Holder, name is Sean Holder, not the Moreno. It shouldn't take a month for you to say, oh, I came up with Moreno, because Moreno is not close to Negro. Moreno is not close to nigger, because I'm going to say it. I don't care about how many people you pulled out the gutter and say, oh, I need you to come here and say you know me for 40 years. What have these people done for the community? We don't see them at the soccer games. The young kids matter. It don't matter about 40 years ago. It matter now. What you doing now. It matter about what you say now. It matter about what you put in now. We don't care about 40 years ago. Oh, this, that. No. What about now? What are you doing for the community now? And sir, what are you doing for the community? You tearing us apart. You bringing African Americans and Spanish people to collide and clash about something you said that you're not man enough to say. That say, you know what? I said it. You're not saying that. You're not man enough to step down. It's been a whole month now, and you're gonna cahoot everybody in the city and say, oh, let me bring out all my classmates that played against me. Or I just did some illegal stuff to get this guy a permit to fix his house. We know what you're doing. Step down. Like I said, you're gonna see me all year long. I'll tell you where I live at. I'll tell you where I be at. My name is Elijah Covington. I'm the last, and probably will be the last, one to win a championship here. So, Mr. Leo, I'll see you at the next council meeting. And all your pals, I bet you they won't be here next time. Thank you.
You bet on it.
Yeah, I better.
Stop.
Hi, good evening, Catherine Carlberg. I'm going to speak of the use of the words because I think we're getting lost in semantics and the use of language is obfuscating the issue here, which is, and just bear with me, the Spain brought slaves here 500 years ago. Negro. Black African Americans were referred to as negro. Very similar. I was brought to this country centuries ago. So if you have come here recently bringing your language, you have to adapt to American culture, which does not accept calling people by skin color. You go through Google Translate, Moreno, brown, dark skin. We don't have to relive the horrors of slavery and Jim Crow to know the impact of skin color and colorism and its impact on the African American community. Even Europeans who were considered not light enough in this country were mistreated. So please don't tell me you don't know. That is willful ignorance. And you are an elected official. You don't have the luxury to hide behind words and use culture to obfuscate what you should not have referred to another human being, a man who's employed by the city, by a skin color. Coach, el hombre, cualquiera. Hay muchas palabras, and I'm not Hispanic. I'm from California. So I learned Spanish in school because it made sense, because I lived on land that was formerly owned by Mexico. So if you know your history, you won't be so negligent in your word usage. You will be more careful. And African Americans have been in Bergen County for hundreds of years. I do not see Morenos here or African Latinos here citing your love for them, your support for them. I don't know where the colorism band ends, where you become a Moreno or a Blanco or whatever words you all use for endearment to describe colorism. But I don't see a lot of people that I would call dark-skinned here. And I think the council should wonder why. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Salvatore Puleo. I live in Hackensack. I lived here most of my life. I've known Commissioner Battaglia for most of that time. I've known him as a hard-working, committed to Hackensack. He's done so much hard work on the board.
Sir, get close to the microphone.
And as a volunteer. I've seen him reach out to the people that work in Hackensack, the people that live in Hackensack, and always have an open ear. I don't know what was said, who said what, or who did what. I would hope that maybe the adults in the room could sort of maybe get together and try to resolve this. It's been unfortunate to see this sort of anger and division in the town. I've never seen that before. Hopefully, again, the adults in the room, may be able to find a way to meet and resolve their differences. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Give your name to the clerk, please.
Santiago. And, good evening. I just wanted to speak out on Leo Battaglia as well. He's not a relative or anything. He's, but I consider him my second father. I met him when I was 4, and honestly, he's just, there's no words I can say like the impact that he had in my life. I heard someone talk about the van that he used to take people in and out, come to practice. He used to take me 3 hours away with African Americans in the car, with Asians in the car, all the same age. We were maybe 5, 6, 7, 8. And we'd just have such a good time. And he would do that week after week after. He fed us. He used to feed me. He used to feed me, I swear. He used to feed me. Sometimes I tell him, listen, I can't go to training because, I don't have a ride. So he'd take me to training. Coach, my parents are working. No problem, I'll take you. Come to my house afterwards. He's my best friend over there, Leo. Leito. We used to play together for hours after. He opened up his doors to his house every week. And I just want to say, just the values that he gave me, respect. He used to tell me, you know what? Your mom told me that you didn't behave, or you got bad grades, you're not training today. And he used to sit me down. He used to sit me down in the bleachers. And I used to think to myself, oh my God, I want to train, I want to play. But he didn't even care about soccer at that point. It was more about the values: respect your parents, respect your teachers, eat well, go to sleep on time. These are the values that got me a full ride at NJIT, got me a full ride after when I transferred to Monmouth. Not soccer, but it was for soccer, obviously. But the values, those are the things that nobody else had with the kids that I used to play with. Soccer, yeah, it was important. I don't even play soccer, so I don't even care about soccer anymore. But the values, I have a nice daughter now. I have a wife. I'm 24. I think I have a good career that just started this year. And it's all because of him, his values. Get to work on time, respect, I don't care the color, the manager, respect your elders. These are the moral and value, the values that he gave me that I still use to this day, and I'm 24. And he met me when I was 4. So I don't know how anybody can say that he's a bad man or racist. This guy is not a racist. I'm telling you, in a van, it used to be me, his grandkid. I saw a couple of them back there. There was African Americans in that van. There were Asians. There were Europeans in that van. And we were all best friends because of him. We were all best friends, and we still talk to one another. I still keep in contact with some kids I used to play with when I was 5, 6. We don't talk about soccer. We talk about the times that we had with Coach Leo, and these are things that we just carry on throughout life. And I just want to say, you have my full support, Coach.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, people are talking a lot about me, so I'm here. So here we go. I'm honestly baffled by the lengths that I'm hearing that you guys are going to recontext something, to make racist statements okay. I'm baffled by it that we're sitting here and listening to it. Listen, if you didn't mean what you said, I don't care about all that. You said what you said, you know what you said. Let's make a bridge today. You could apologize and this is done. I don't care about no resignation. You brought that up on yourself. I am asking you to apologize to me and call me by my, look at me. I'm asking you to apologize to me and call me by my name for the first time in my life. You've never called me by my name since I've met you. Apologize to me and it's over.
Never happened. Never happened.
Next.
Ellie Beaver. I don't think that this is about coaching. Councilman Battaglia is not the only coach on the council. Coach LaBrosse, Gerald Carroll has coached and taught so many young scholar athletes in our community, touched their lives, continued his relationships with them. Coaches are teachers in a phenomenal way. So this is not about coaching. Also, this is not about soccer. We could talk about soccer, but there are cultural and racial issues that touch on race, religion, throughout the continent, throughout the world right now. There are issues in soccer, but this is not what we're talking about. We're talking about an elected official showing diligence, respect, and professionalism to the people that he was elected to serve. This has been going on far too long. And instead of continuing to waste our time with this, we should be focusing on other things. You guys have big issues. Recently, right now, the dual roles of the police chief and police director in Hackensack, big issue. Creating internal conflicts, costly legal consequences. Chief Anista is a very capable person. And, the sooner we can put this to bed, the sooner we can start talking about the things that really keep our community safe. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Cassine Gaines, Hackensack. I've never had the pleasure of being coached by Councilman Battaglia. Sounds like a wonderful person. I'm hearing all sorts of great things that he did to inspire people, but I do want to talk about the truth. I know that our deputy mayor said the worst thing you can call someone is a liar to her. And so I want to share exactly what was said, because so many people came out today to say, I don't know what was said, but, and then defend you. And so what the parent said was, that black Negro does not know what he is doing and doesn't have what it takes. Now, that is, I'm speaking, sir.
Let him speak.
Now, that's what the parent said. That's not me. That's not hearsay. That's what the parent said. Now, I appreciate people that are saying that's a term of endearment. We want to believe that you're saying that sweet little brown-skinned coach doesn't have what it takes. But that doesn't make sense to me. That doesn't make sense to me. I appreciate, actually, that you said that you would resign. Now, I want you to do what the deputy mayor said, and that's tell the truth. You said you would resign, so go. Just go. You said it. No one's holding you to that standard, but you said it. Do it. Be a man of your word. Now, I appreciate also that you have done amazing things for people that you know intimately. I understand that. And I think when we think about your record and your history here, there are amazing things that you have done for people that are closest to you that I don't think we would look favorably on. It wasn't all that long ago that when your wife was an employee of this district, of this city, she received right before retirement a 20% raise. Now, everyone who's of retirement age understands what that is when you get a 20% bump right before you go, and what the long-term impact is to your family. Don't look at the time, to your family. Now, your son is currently the IT director, earning $20,000 more than the previous IT director. Now, these are people that you know very well, and you've taken care of them like you've taken care of many people in this room. But that does not mean that you are not a racist. In all of my years, I've actually never heard of anyone admit to being a racist. Never. Isn't that amazing? In this whole world, no one's a racist. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Alfonso Sibori. I live at 473 Washington Avenue in Hackensack. Basically, I know all of you, wonderful people. You're doing a lot for Hackensack, all of you. And I would like to keep everybody in Hackensack. I heard one side, I also heard the other side. So to me, at this point, half of my family is black, and us are Spanish. My grandfather is Italian. So what I am? What do I do? In this case, you know what I do? I says, keep up, Hackensack. Keep it up, and let's be great again. And let's support our new president, Donald Trump. And that's one thing. The other thing, I'm a Democrat. But I voted for Trump. So let's do this thing better for Hackensack. And to me, after I said all these things, this is all a misunderstanding, a confusion. Just, I don't know. Like I said, I'm half. But I'm going to support you this time, Mr. Leo Battaglia, like the whole Hackensack. And let's keep going up. Hackensack is doing better now. Thank you.
Next person, please.
Drew Ross. I have a couple of things to say. I think that one thing that we need to be aware of is that two things can exist at the same time. One is that you can do great things and also do bad things. I think that we need to be aware of that. That just because people do good things don't mean that they don't offend people. And you can't tell someone not to be offended if you do something that offends them. And I think the reality is that if we offend people as public servants, I being one as well, that sometimes we have to take the low road. It doesn't always feel right, but sometimes we have to apologize even when we don't think we're wrong, because that is the state of humility by which we must occupy. And I think that in this setting, one of the things that we must be clear about is that what has happened is causing more divide. We don't need that as a community. We really need things that bring us together. One of the things that I think that has not gotten a lot of attention in this conversation is the fact that there's more divide than just this one issue. There's more divide than just what was said against the coach or about the coach. In the conversation of what happened and how it unfolded, you weren't the only one that took a hit. And I see no one standing up today to talk about Gerard Carroll, and how he was let off the ticket for the next time because he wanted to have an opinion, a say about how he felt about what you said. You can't tell someone not to be offended if you make a statement that they believe is offensive. And I think that if you gave the word, it was your word, that you were going to resign, then one of the things that we expect of a person that serves the public is to stand by their commitments. You make commitments when you run for office. You make commitments while you're in office. You make commitments as you serve in office. You make commitments about how you hold office. Your commitment was resignation. And I think that all you hear a lot of people saying today is, you can be a good person and still resign. You can be a good person and still offend people. I'm not going to say you're a racist. I'm not going to go that far. What I am going to say is that if someone believes that you have offended them by a racist statement and you take this long to apologize, it's hard for people not to think you may be. And there's a window of time that you had that you could have gotten through this. But I think we're now at a different place. Thank you.
Thank you, Pastor.
Good evening. Earlier, my president, Jeff Carter, introduced me. My name is Courtney Johnson Suffern. I am the second vice president of the Bergen County NAACP. I come today before you with a message of urgency, a message of justice, and a message that reflects the voices of many in this room and across the community. It is with deep concern and disappointment that I address the actions of Councilman Battaglia, who made some remarks, as Pastor Drew said, that offended and hurt your local soccer coach. While Councilman Battaglia has publicly stated that he would step down, the reality is the actions and his behavior have shown that he remains unfit to serve the people of Hackensack. His decision to attend several official city events since he stated he would step down only underscores that his words were hollow and his commitment to accountability is non-existent. Let's be clear. Stepping down is not a gesture of good faith when you continue to show up in your official capacity. His presence at these events only perpetuates the harmful message that this kind of behavior, racist behavior, is tolerated. It is a contradiction and it must be addressed. This community deserves better, the entire community. We deserve leaders who reflect the values of respect, integrity, and justice. When a public official engages in actions that diminish the dignity of others, especially based on race or color or whatever we're going to argue about today, whatever we want to call it, they lose the trust of the people that they are meant to serve. The message sent by Councilmember Battaglia's action is one of disregard. Disregard for the community he was elected to serve, disregard for those who trust him to uphold the values of fairness, and disregard for the people who make Hackensack the diverse and vibrant community that it is. Racism, colorism, whatever we're calling it this evening, we can argue about that. That's semantics at this point. It has no place in our city. Not at our community events, not in our public spaces. Councilman Battaglia's failure to fully step down, in which he stated he would, is a glaring reminder that we must take action. Therefore, I stand before you today, along with countless others, to say, do what you said you were going to do. That was your choice. Stand behind your word. And again, like Pastor Drew said, two things can exist in the same plane. You could be an excellent soccer coach. You could care a lot about what I've heard everybody say, your community. But the community as a whole is hurting and offended. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson.
Yeah, no, my name is Victor. Hey, Stephanie, congratulations on your win. That was great. Leo, you had an opportunity here tonight to put this to bed. The young man just asked you just to apologize, but your arrogance would not let you apologize. Now, I know things about you. I know things about John. I know things about Kathy. I know things about Stephanie. That if we start talking, ain't a damn one of y'all will ever get back in that seat. So, Leo, I don't understand you, man. I don't understand how would you be offended if you just said, I'm sorry if I offended you? You could have ended that tonight. But no, you sat up here and said, you're never going to get it. So that's just telling me you must be a racist. You gotta be. No, don't talk to me.
Say something?
No. Because that was ignorance. It was ignorance, Leo. You could have just ended it tonight. No, I'm Leo Battaglia. I'm not apologizing to nobody. That's unbelievable how ignorant that was. I don't get it. When it could have been over tonight, you could have apologized. And not just you, but that reflects on the rest of you, that this is still going on. Right, Stephanie? Okay. But what we gonna do here? What we gonna do? John, it's up to the board. What are y'all gonna do? Cause you still, if after what you heard tonight from Leo, if y'all don't vote to put him out, you offended a lot of damn people in here. And you think we just gonna sit around and bend and bow and sing songs? I'll be damned as I do that. Just gonna work hard to get your ass out of here.
So, can you, I just want to, for the record, speak to what Mr. Geddes was speaking to about us removing the councilman, please.
There is no legal authority in New Jersey law for you to remove any elected council person. It is, he has the lawful right to fill out his term if that's what he chooses to do. And this governing body, nor any court, nor anyone else can take any action to remove him. This is a decision for Mr. Battaglia and Mr. Battaglia alone.
And quite honestly, everybody in this room should know it after what we just went through with Senator Menendez. So, correct?
Well, I mean, look, the Senate's a different elected body.
True.
We operate under state law and under New Jersey law. The councilman was duly elected, and he has the lawful right to serve out his term if that's what he chooses to do.
Thank you. Next person, please. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Mark Edwards. How's everybody doing? Again, tonight was it's been a poor display as far as I would say across the board, right? Allowing this to go on as long as it has. Not really getting to the situation as needed. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna speak where it really matters, correct?
You should be, sir, excuse me, you are required to address the
You can kick me out then. As far as what Leo just showed, the animation to my brother.
This is a violation
should
of our
show
rules of procedure.
Basically the harassment that has
and it is
been
disrespectful
going on.
to the governing body
For
and
those
should
that
not be
know
permitted.
me,
Mr.
personally
Edwards.
know that I do not
Sir,
engage on
sir,
anything. Yes, sir.
you are violating the rules of procedure. You are here to address the governing
You're
body.
right, you're
if
right.
you
I
wish to
apologize.
speak.
I apologize.
Then you
Because
may
I felt like
continue.
you guys violated me. I just wanted you guys to know what it felt like.
Nobody
I'm
violated
sorry.
you, sir.
No, it's all right. It's been so long.
We've got
There's a
rules of
procedure.
procedure.
That's fine.
Follow them,
Right.
and you will have your right to speak
I
like
appreciate
anybody
you.
else.
So I'll wait for my time to start once again. Thank you.
Go.
The people have felt violated, unheard. Mr. Croatia said that Mr. Battaglia keeps his word. He gave his word. He may not keep it though, correct? There's animosity that goes on. There's a ton of animosity. When I first showed up, I told you guys, egos will fill the room. It's shown. Many people have said what they said prior to me. So do I need to reiterate it? No. But again, the intimidation that you show, I wish you show that to me. I'm his older brother. What you just displayed when he said just apologize and this could be done, and you belted out, it won't happen, it's a lie, it shows a lot, again. So I'm not gonna call you what everybody else has called you. I'm gonna stick to bully. You've removed kids, and this is all hearsay, but until we get the police report, right? Or we decide to release the police report and show when you were removed by police, I guess it's not factual. So let's go for misuse of power, right? Can't prove that, but we do have police reports stating that you had to be removed. That's a tough one to swallow. So I would like to say that you do harass people, you do intimidate people. What you've done for everybody prior to, listen, from the bottom of my heart, I personally am proud of all of the people that came out to speak for you. But why should it be for a divide? There's a lot of people here that know me. I don't come out to fight. This argumentative state should never happen between people that are citizens of the same town, whether it be South Hackensack, it holds Hackensack's title. We're not moving as a unit, and you're the only person that's causing that, and the board has allowed you to do so. People have spoke before me, again, and I hope you stick to the misuse of power that you continue to do. The time that you guys have taken, it's showing a lot of character. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Edwards.
Good evening. My name is Leo Battaglia. I just so happen to be my grandfather's grandson. That's my grandfather right there. First of all, thank you for all the people that came out to support my grandfather, both teammates of mine, family members, coaches, friends. So I'm not here to reiterate what they said. I've been with this man arguably every single day of my life for the past 24 years now. Literally, and I'm pretty sure you guys can attest to it. Whenever you guys happen to see me, it's either with my grandfather, wherever we are. Now, going in and out of school, out of work, coming home, I happen to see a brand new person that I've never seen before inside the house. Any race, Asian, African American, wherever they're from, my grandfather's there to help them. Whether they're from the city, whether they're wanting to come into the city, whether they need help somewhere else, my grandpa helps all types of people. And on top of that, putting blood and all of that aside, I've been taught a lot, both within family and outside of family, integrity, character, having respect, not only for people of our own race, but people from everywhere, all around the world. That man has taught me a lot. Taught my friends a lot. Taught my sister a lot. Like I said, I'm not here to reiterate everything that they said because they already said it for me. A lot of the stuff that they said is hearsay. This person said this person said that. At the end of the day, that is blood, and I've been with that man every single day of my life, and he is not a racist because I've literally, when I tell you every single day of my life, whether it's from school, from practice, seeing my friends, hanging out with my friends, having my friends over, who's the one to go pick everybody up? Him. All racist. So I appreciate everybody that came out, family, non-family, friends, coaches. I love you. You're not a racist, and thank you everybody for coming.
Second.
Muy buenas tardes a todos. Good evening, everyone. Soy yo, Padre Brian Lafler, el rector de la Iglesia de San Antonio in Lodi Street in Hackensack. I'm Father Brian Lafler. I'm the rector of the Church of St. Anthony of Padua on Lodi Street in Hackensack. And I'm with some of my parishioners that have come tonight in support of Leo. One of the things about Leo is that Leo has been a councilman to all of Hackensack. The darkest time in my memory, in my 34 years in Hackensack, started on Friday the 13th, March 2020, when the pandemic started. And there were 50 people in our immediate neighborhood that couldn't leave their homes because they were sick with COVID. Multiple people died. Leo rolled up his sleeves right away and reached out to people, to multiple churches of all backgrounds, to provide hot meals that were delivered directly to people's homes. It didn't matter what color the family was, they just had to have that need. That's who Leo is. This is the kind of heart that he's continued to have. Is this the heart of a racist? I would say no, having known Leo for many years. When it comes to the kids and any kind of program for any children in our city, Leo's always been right there with his hands open, very often at personal financial cost. So Leo has served every single part of this community, whether that is acknowledged or not, and actions speak larger than words do. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Joshua Beaver, son of Elliot Beaver, who you might recall spoke earlier this evening. I'm here to very quickly and concisely address the comments made by Councilman Leo. I'm 17 years old, getting ready to go off to college. In my naivety, even I know there are certain things you can and cannot say. You are expected to act differently when in public. It's called decency. Being decent means knowing there's a time and place for things. My father taught me this before I could walk. And I am 17 years old. I'm a kid. And so I know that my fellow classmates and my peers and my fellow Hackensack citizens have been taught this as well. Being decent means there's no time and things for, knows there's a time and place for things and acting accordingly. Hackensack and New Jersey are places where decency and respect are expected of its leaders. And as someone who has ambitions of being a leader of tomorrow, I expect better of our leaders of today. I expect people like Councilman Leo, like Steve Kleinman, to do better. I expect better of our leaders of today. I expect for you to apologize so that you can make a better future, not just for some of us, but for all of us, to make a better future so that my generation can be proud to be in this country. So I'm asking you to just apologize. Do the right thing. Do the right thing. Because I'm just telling you, if you don't, no one will. And that's going to set the type of precedent that we don't need in this time. It's a very divisive time, and we need to get together. But we can only get together if you show some unity. Apologize. Apologize to the people that you offended, the people that voted you into this office, into this, I'll be honest, this probably quite nice salary that you are currently experiencing, the money whose taxpayers are paying for. So just apologize and do the right thing. Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Mabel Bonilla. I am the Vice President of Royals. Kathy and John, with your permission. I'm here to represent our community. I'm here to represent the kids. I'm not here to go back and forth with what's going on. But I do want to mention that I was called from my daughter's high school game when Leo was at the middle school field. And the first thing when Leo saw me, and Lord is my witness, when he saw me, he pointed at me and said, "Don't worry, I will deal with you later. You don't know who I am." I said, "Leo, everybody kind of knows already at this point who you are." But I'm not here for that. I'm here because the children are the ones that are in jeopardy right now. I have spoken to numerous of people. Why hasn't Leo collaborated with us? I don't care what Royals was before, who was before me, who this, who that, all that drama. This is Royals now. We are young, motivated, inspired, educated people with the young children in the community growing up. I have mentioned to Leo numerous of times and to his people around him, why has he not collaborated with us? People are mentioning, oh, yes, he's done amazing things. He has. 20, 30 years from now. What has he done now? Nothing. He actually has kicked us off the field, has tried to take away our permits to use the field space. And do not nod your head, because you know this is true. Right now I'm here and I want to cry because my children are part of Royals, but they were part of Rec. But not only that, I'm here for the children. I only care about the children and the community. You were Leo Battaglia once, the soccer guru. Guess what? I'm the soccer guru now, and Sean Holder. You might have the old school ones, right? But we're the new ones. And that's why I have asked numerous of times, why don't we collaborate? Soccer should be an amazing, huge sport in soccer in Hackensack, the way that is being moved. But you've never wanted to. You've actually given us your back numerous of times. And not only you, other people in the rec department. And not right now, the rec department, people on the board. All we've always wanted, Royals, is to collaborate, make soccer a thing in Hackensack, but not by yourself, because you can't anymore by yourself. This is what matters. You know why we came so late? Because we were at the middle school. So graciously, some of your team members helped us out to give us the middle school, because we do not want to go to Johnson Park anymore and be harassed. You look at us weird, you kick us out, you make a comment.
Thank you, Mabel.
Thank you.
you
Giovanni
cannot-
Battaglia.
You can't speak twice.
I
It's
can't?
not allowed. No, you
Okay.
can speak actually at the next session, probably be about midnight. though. I'm sorry.
He's not allowed to talk either.
Did he speak before?
Yes.
No, this gentleman did not speak.
No?
Do you wish to speak, sir?
You want to speak? Go ahead.
He was standing there, but he did not, you did not speak, I don't believe.
My name is Robert Robinson.
No, he didn't speak. Yeah, he did not. It was the other gentleman, yeah.
My name is Robert Robinson. I've been in Hackensack for a long, long time. And I just want us to get together. You know,
Amen.
I know most of all of you that's sitting up there. I've been to a lot of your council meetings. I've been at good for a relationship with y'all and all of that. Let's cut out the foolishness. No one is saying anyone is bad, but everybody have a right to apologize. It costs more to cut out this confusion that's going on right now. Let us come together, sit down, have a little talk, and get it together. As I say, have a little talk with Jesus, and he will make it right. So let us sit down, have a little talk with Jesus, conversate with each other, and do the right thing. And we just take a look. The guy earlier said, all they want you to do is apologize. It's easy. It's easy. I apologize. Ain't nobody perfect. The only perfect one that ever walked this earth was Jesus Christ. So we all have made mistakes. We all have said things that were taken the wrong way. So the only thing we asking is let's take it the right way. You are elected officials, and voting is coming up. Let us stand up, do what's right, no matter what. It don't take so much to take and say, I'm sorry, I apologize, and let's move on. We don't need all this commotion here tonight. You are a good man. I've known you for a long time. I agree. You are a good man. But you made a wrong statement. Admit it, move on, pray, get over it, and let God handle the rest. Have a good night.
Best words tonight. Next person, please.
Good evening, council members. Dr. Angel Carrion, Davis
the
Avenue.
microphone.
Davis Avenue, Hackensack, of course. Live and work here. I've known Mr. Battaglia, Councilman Battaglia, 10, 15 years. Got us involved through the program. I moved here from the Bronx. And one of the things that I didn't hear anyone talk about today directly was that Leo Battaglia loves this city. And everything he does is to help improve the city. Obviously, he has a special connection with the Latino community, which is not one group of people, but many, many groups of people. And he's able to, in his way, to work through the sports department and teach these kids the importance of values and respect, which will ultimately make a better city because they are the city. And no one seems to be talking about these things, okay? I don't know what happened between Councilman Battaglia and Sean, Mr. Coach Holden, I believe. And I'm not getting involved in that. My understanding is that when there's an accusation of something as important and disgusting as being a racist, which I don't even know where that came from in this situation, just from what I heard, there should be a full investigation. I don't know if that was done or not, or maybe you can correct me. Has it been done?
Mr. Battaglia has admitted to using that. I'm sorry. Turn my mic off. Mr. Battaglia did admit to using that word that was mentioned before.
The word moreno in
money and
Spanish.
C. Yes.
Okay, that is not a racist word in my culture. I'm a Latino from the Bronx.
Understood.
Okay? And and we say it with loving, nothing but endearment. Now, I'm not telling you that that's the way it was used or anything like that. I'm telling you my experience with it.
Okay.
However, trying to get a councilman to resign based on a hearsay to a deeper degree as racism, because that's a much deeper level of evilness, there has no place in here. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about a bad judgment, quite possibly, a confusion, something that they should be able to handle themselves as grown men. We have politicians in this room sitting here, leaders of organizations involved in what could quite possibly just be a confusion and misunderstanding. I think it's a little too much. Okay, so thank you very much, Council.
Thank you, Mr. Carrion.
Deborah Keeling Geddes, Hackensack. Just quickly, with all of this, at the last meeting, I stated that this situation was handled terribly, terribly. Where are your PR people? Are the Swabinsky still on the payroll? Are they?
We still use Vision.
You still use them. Where are they? This could have been shut down. This should have been shut down weeks ago. It should have been shut down. I don't know if they're still on the. You need to consider somebody else if they didn't come and handle this situation. As a former councilwoman, the former city managers, David Trost and Ted Ehrenberg, the late Ted Ehrenberg, always warned us about how we handle, how we interact with other city employees and the public. Leo, my advice to you is let somebody else schedule your games. Stay out of the fray. Let your son or the members just stay away. There's obvious friction between you and the Royals. Just let somebody else deal. Stay away from, from the field when they're there. Whatever you got to do, just put a button on this, because this is ridiculous. It's just ridiculous. Okay. The main thing I want to talk about, is there a vote tonight on the dome?
Yes.
There is.
Yes.
And is it for bonding?
Yes.
Money? How much?
9.
9 million. Okay. As a taxpayer, homeowner and taxpayer, and all the homeowners here, we have received a considerable tax increase this year. What is the projected total cost for the dome?
Probably about $20 million.
Not probably. What is the projected? What is the total cost for the dome? Because I remember when I was up here, we bonded for $15 million. That was for the M&M building and for the dome, right?
Yes.
How much was left out of that?
No, that one didn't include the dome. Do you have the number there?
For the dome, we spent like about 8.5.
So it's been 8.5. And how much has been bonded since then?
I don't remember exactly, but the only thing that I can tell you that maybe the total amount that they were going to spend to do the dome is maybe $20 million.
20 million?
Yes.
Okay.
That's including the dome, the administration building, the sidewalk around.
Whatever it is.
Just so you know, Debbie.
All right. At this point, our town needs a school. There has been no. Honey, I work in the district, okay? Whoever said that. Okay, we need a school. My thing is, I think that this dome should go out for a referendum. All right, let the people vote to see whether it's needed at this point. Okay, we need a school. None of this redevelopment has brought any money into the district. Okay, I'll come back later.
Thank you. Next person?
My name is Luz La Torre, and I live in Linden Street. Okay. I just want to do a short statement about this situation with Mr. Battaglia. Maybe my husband know more him about soccer for my son, but I want to talk about the community job he do for Hackensack. If he's not in Hackensack, I feel like we are losing somebody speak for the community. He's always involved. When we had some problems in our street with our neighbors, he's over there. I don't see nobody else. I see people from any other departments, but from all this, with all my respect, the person I know is him. Okay, and about the way he expressed and the word he used, I don't want to defend him, but I want to say is I don't think so. With my broken English, but my Spanish descent, Moreno is no discrimination work. I had this child over here. I raised him. He was my foster kid, and he is 35 years old now. He coming to Hackensack, and when you hear I talking about him and Colombia, I say, mi negro. Mi negro. If you translate it, they will be like neither. And he's not here. If he was here, I will be bring him if he feel offended. When I raised him since 11 years old, and I always call, when I talk about proud, I am more proud. My two kids, they are in a good man. But I am very proud. Mi negro. And when I talk, mi negro is do this, I never use his name. Always say, mi negro, because I love him. I don't need to deliver him. When you want to be a mother, foster mother, I hate the word foster mother because it's why you need to put a stepmother. When you want to be a mother, it's a mother. Simple work. I love him because I making him to be a human, perfect, and a man for the community. I'm never thinking like when he expressed, he do races. You never can be in the community for more like 30, 40 years working, and one time now, when you getting older, you are racist. I can't believe that. Because I want to cut it with that. And I agree with when my son was in the school many, many years ago, we are a lot of population in the schools. So I think when I see a lot of buildings, I don't know why, we give you the buildings, parking lot from close to the bowling area to do on another apartments when we don't have any schools. I pay for the taxes, and it's expensive more for the schools, but we need to fix that problem too. And the parking is crazy. I'm coming back tomorrow.
Thank you.
Hello, everybody.
Hey, Bob.
I'll make this real brief. I've known Mr. Battaglia for nearly 45 years. I never, ever heard any signs of racism, ever. This man cares. This public servant donated his time, countless hours to various activities and charity. All the good and volunteerism should not be diminished. Mr. Battaglia is a dedicated public servant, and I stand here today calling him my friend with all the respect I would grant all of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Bridget. Listening to everyone talk about how great Leo is, and it was just one error you made. And everyone is saying your arrogance, you want to be so superior over others where you don't even realize. Like his brother said, like Debbie said, all you have to do is just apologize. It is not that deep. Just apologize. That's it. But I want everyone to know, all communities, our community, the Latino community, all you gotta do is do research. I don't know why nobody don't do research. But there are police reports. There are video cams. There are phone conversations. That's all they gotta do. That's it. and they'll have their truth. A police had to be called to the middle school. Police officer had to be called to Johnson Park.
That's a lie.
Leo.
Please, no back and forth, please.
No, he said it.
I understand.
Okay.
That meant for
Okay.
everybody.
I'm
Okay?
sorry,
That's it.
Bridget.
No. I have the police report
So
right
am I.
here.
So am I.
So it's not a lie.
It's a lie.
The police
Please,
would
we're
lie.
not going to go back and forth. Stop the
Okay,
time,
okay.
please.
See, you see
Sorry,
how
explain-
arrogant you
explain
truly
to you.
are?
Stop the time.
Because you're going to tell
not going
me
back and
that a
forth.
police would lie when he takes a report. Now, you need to make that make sense. But I don't even think you can make that make sense. Your arrogance is going to kill you. But it's going to kill these people who stood up here and said how great of a person you were from 40 years ago, not from the present. And that's the part where you don't understand. So if you just apologize, I'm quite sure Coach Holder would be more than glad to have that conversation. You could have it in private. No one would even have to know. But you don't even want to apologize. I don't know. I hope the pastor that stood here before you, that you called to speak for you, I hope when you go into the confession booths and you make your confession, I hope God does forgive your soul. I really do. Because I feel so sorry for you. Sometimes when people get older, they get ignorant, they think they can say anything. You can't say anything. You can't say anything. And who said that's not nice?
So let's not have colloquy
I'm a
between
fool.
people. Ma'am,
Please.
Thank you very
ma'am,
much.
ma'am.
No back and
let's-
forth,
let's- You're
please.
here to address the council.
So my thing here is you need to apologize to that young man. That's all you need to do. Your soccer days are way behind you. Your days ahead of you are much shorter. Trust me.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Gwenny Burt. This has been a grueling evening. It's been a difficult evening to sit through. One of the things that I've learned as a leader and a community leader is that there are certain qualities that we must exhibit. And one of them is humility. Humility means that even when I may not agree, I accept that you feel the way you do. And it's disheartening that if someone feels offended, that we don't make the effort to resolve it. You may not have said anything, and I don't disagree with all of the good things that were said about you. I've seen things that you've done over the years. I don't disagree with them at all. But as a leader in the community, in order to resolve any kind of division, sometimes, like they said, we have to take a different road, and we may have to take a different approach. We have to be careful about what we say we're going to do if we're not going to do it. Because at the end of the day, we're expecting people who say they're going to do something to do what they said they're going to do. And so today we got a chance to kind of see that things were flipped a little bit. And if someone else had been in your seat, the expectation would be that they honor what they said. Or that if someone said, I feel offended, that they would at least humble themselves enough to say, I'm sorry that you feel offended. That was not my intention. Please accept my apology. And so we spent a lot of time here tonight rallying troops, getting people incited to go against each other. And that's not what this is all about. If we're going to be community leaders, then we're supposed to represent everyone. We ought to be able to resolve this kind of dissension between people. But that's not what happened tonight. We just added more logs to the fire to keep it going. And so somewhere along the line, there needs to be some real soul searching and some thinking about how we can resolve this to get through it. Because if we say we're going to do it and we don't do something, then it makes people uncomfortable, particularly when they've been around you all this time. And so it's been very disheartening. This is not the Hackensack that we know. And so we need to really look at it. Humility is a big part of being a public servant. Thank you.
Anyone else from the public? I see one more coming. Oh, you have a letter to read? Okay. Oh, don't. Clerk has a letter to read. Do you want me to read it because of your voice?
Yeah, read it because of the noise.
You guys are going to have to bear with our clerk tonight. It seems she's got a little case of laryngitis starting, so we're going to have to give her a little help. So this was addressed to Ms. Deborah Carlson, RMC. That's our clerk. Please read this letter at the open session on my behalf. I've never seen this before, just for the record. To the respectful members of the Hackensack Council, my name is Malik Saeed Maleki. I live at 160 Overlook Avenue, Hackensack, New Jersey. I've had the pleasure of knowing Mr. Battaglia for nearly 18 years since I moved to Hackensack from Arizona. He is, in my opinion, and many others in town, one of the most helpful, kind, caring, and productive persons. Always there listening, resolving whatever issues the public have. He is passionate and protective of our city and has always given from his heart and soul. He is most definitely not a racist. He does not care what color, race, or religion you are. He is there for you always when you need him. He is an important part of the city, and we hope this misunderstanding is resolved immediately and Mr. Battaglia continue to do what he does best, which makes us feel as if we're all one family and part of the city, which we call our own. Thank you, Malek Sayed Maleki. Okay, so that letter is read into the record. Obviously, Mr. Maleki could not make it here today, so. Any other members from the public? Before I need a motion to close the public.
Offer.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay.
Give 5 minutes to go to the bathroom.
Yeah, we're gonna take a 5-minute bio
Do
break.
any of you want to speak while people are here?
Do any of you want to speak?
We're speaking now or at the end?
Well, there's a whole nother session, so you can say something now.
Sure. Good evening, everyone. I appreciate everyone coming out tonight. Sure. Can you hear me? Yes. I appreciate everyone coming out tonight. I took a lot of notes on everyone's comments, just as I did last time at last month's meeting. You know, there's a lot of emotion in the discussions tonight, just like there was last month. I think Mr. Robinson, no one said it better than you. You just had a sense of calm, and I think what you said made sense and was calming. But I do appreciate everyone's comments. You know, I think Leo is a great guy. He's done a lot for this community. I've seen it. I can never fill his shoes or do as much as he does. He's a great man. And I think that, you know, there are a discussion to be had, just as Mr. Robinson said, to sit down and just to talk about it, because I know he's a wonderful man. And I don't want to see him go anywhere. But I think a discussion should be had, and communication to figure out, you know, how we move forward as a community, just as you said. So thank you, everyone, for coming out, and have a good night.
Thank you.
Thank you, Steph. And thank you to everyone that came here tonight. You know, we very rarely ever have a crowd like we saw here tonight. And I think it speaks a lot about everyone here in Hackensack and how strongly we feel about the emotions of our wonderful city. And what's made this city wonderful is the diversity that we have in this city. And we as council members greatly appreciate that. I know Leo Battaglia for probably over 30 years. And he's a wonderful man. He's been a wonderful friend, not only to me, to my family, and to many people that I know in the city. And he's done wonderful things for the city throughout the entire time that I know this man in the city. None of us are perfect. We're all human beings. Sometimes we say something without thinking about it, especially in the heat of an athletic game. It happens. We're not perfect. And again, what the gentleman in front said before really was, I think, the best statement, sir, I think, of the entire night. You know, that it can be solved, this problem can be solved simply and can be unified. What Mr. Battaglia said, in his culture, in his opinion, in his culture, is an acceptable thing. But it's all about perception. You know, it's all about perception. And if someone perceives something differently, Leo, you know I love you, but to me, it has to be said that if anyone was offended by something because they interpret it differently than you do, I think we have to unify ourselves and be sorry for that, for them not agreeing with what it was that you intended it to be or that you feel in your culture it meant. And as a good friend, I wish you would please listen to me, Leo, and just understand that perception is critical. Everyone has their own perception. And to come together as a city, as a country, we need to accept that fact. And there's so much to be gained, Leo, by just having insight into that statement. And I pray for you, and I pray for the city. We will get through this. Thank you.
First of all, I want to clear the incident that started with the two groups that they was coaching the kids. You got the recreation and you got the Royals. Some people say, oh, I walk away from soccer for a long time. Yes, I did. Why? Because I don't want to get involved with people that are not doing the right things. That's the reason I stay away, right? Okay, so I got the phone call that the group from recreation want to break away from the people from traveler for different reasons, okay? So with the okay of the city manager and the rest of the council, what we was doing is putting all the sports under the city guidelines for the simple reason that about a year ago, 2 years, one of the coaches walked away with $35,000, okay? $35,000 away from the kid, okay? So soccer was the last sport that we want to put into the city guidelines. So when Ensa Cobal, everybody know me, I go with names. When Ensa Cobal and Hector Ferrer from the Recreation Department called me that they want to break apart from the Royal FC for Miss Manager, I say, no problem. I spoke to the city manager, and we create the Recreation Department under the city. So the money go in, the money go out, and then we went for bid for 3 or 4 different academies. We select the city manager and the person in charge of the recreation department select the academy that was working already with the kids for more than 10 years, okay? Definitely the academy that was no in place or we don't look into, that was something related to the recreation department and the city manager. So they really got mad with me, okay? I've been running the adult soccer program for the last 3 years, 4 years, and always we got the permit to use the middle school from 6:30 to 8 o'clock, right? This particular day, I opened the field. The custodian opened the field for me, and I know that the kids are going to be in the soccer field. So I put the goals between the line and the bleachers, the fence, because we're going to play 5 against 5. And sometimes I set up the field and I don't play because everybody knows that I got a tumor in my head and I have to be careful. Okay, so we set up the field and the sideline. So the field for the kid was free. We were touching the field. But when these two coaches, they start putting the backpacks inside the area that we were supposed to use it, simply say, please, can you put the backpacks over there and that way we're going to play here. That's when the whole thing escalates. And then Mabel Bonilla start coming to me, calling me different kind of name, viejo asqueroso, that means dirty old man, a bunch of stuff. So I decide to maybe go back to Johnson Park for see if we can use that soccer field. I went over there and there were like about 75 kids. I spoke to Ensa and I said, listen, I was trying to bring the guys over here, but I was too busy. I went back to the middle school. When I get off from my car in the middle school, Mark, the president of the Royal, approached me and blocking me not to let me pass, not to let me walk. I put my hands in the air and say, Mark, I don't want anything to do with you. Okay, please let me pass. And still he was blocking me. My grandson got in between right? Because he saw what happened, and black mark, and I continue walking. I walk maybe 10 feet. Now Sean come out with the phone in the hands, and I start doing the same thing. I say, Sean, I don't want an argument with you. Please let me pass. When I pass, and I see that the problem was escalating, I made a phone call to the police. The police show up and asking the permit to Mr. Bonilla, right? And she say, I don't have the permit. What about you, Leo? I don't have the permit, but it's in the office. We've been doing that for the last 3 years with the seniors, right? So the police said, Leo, you know, let the kids play and then you play. I say, fine. We sit down and we wait. By 7:15, Sean come to my grandson and said, we finished. Now you guys can go into the field. So everybody start walking into the field, and then he blocked me and said, no, no you. You don't go in the field. The police said, Leo. So I said, fine. I sit down again in the curb by the basketball court. 2 or 5 minutes later, maybe, Sean went back again to my grandson, right, and said, listen, this place is getting dark. You guys can go to Johnson Park because I got the permit to play over there. You guys can play with the lights. So the kid come back to me, my grandson say, he invited us over there. And I say, okay, go over there. I follow you later. So they went to Johnson Park. They get in the field. And then the police show up because I was coming right behind there. I parked my car and I was watching the whole thing. So the police were there, and then they got in the report that my group, the seniors, that means Milko and everybody else, they follow them. And that's not true. He invited the group to Johnson Park. So my grandson called the cop and said, okay. And they got together with Sean. And my grandson asked to him, tell me one thing. Do you invite us to play in Johnson Park? Yes or no? And he said, yes, I did. Okay? So the group went up to play, and I went home. Right? That's what happened that night. In the meantime, the reports from him and everybody else, the police escort Leo. That never happened. Okay? I called the police, and the police never escorted me. I went home by myself. Okay? What happened 4 days later? There was a soccer game in the high school. My grandson played for the JV in Paramo. They played the game. They tied the game 1-1. Then my grandson said, hey, Pa, why we don't go and watch the game in Paramo? They're going to play Hackensack against Paramo. We don't have nothing to do with my wife and my 2 granddaughters or whatever. We went over there. I sit down in the middle of the field, all the way up in the bleachers. I was watching the game, right? And the game was 1-1, 2-1. Couple of things happened. Now they're losing the game 5-2. 5 minutes before they finish the game, I start walking to go to the car, right? And the Minchala family, right? Michael, the father, and the 3 kids, that were the 2 kids that were here today. They asked me, hey, Leo, why you don't come back to coach? And I said, well, when the Moreno goes, call me. Okay, that's what I said. To me, Moreno no is a bad word. I never use the N word. But the lady that was 3 bleachers behind there, 3 seats behind there, he started insulting me and say a bunch of bad words. I said, keep your mouth shut because we are in Paramo. We're not in Hackensack, okay? And I walk away from them, okay? That was it. Now I am being accused I am a racist and this and that. I never gonna apologize for something that I never did. I never use any N-word or anything like that. I say the word Moreno that to me is not really an insult, okay? So I don't regret anything. I don't gonna apologize for something that I never did, okay? And this is the truth. Now, if you wanna say that you never invite the group to play in Johnson Park, that's a lie. You did or not? Answer me. You invite the group to play in Johnson Park? Huh?
No back and forth.
No back and forth. Okay.
No back and forth.
So that's it. Thank you guys for coming. Thank you for your support. I've been doing the best I can for the city. I do the best I can for the kids, and that's it. Now, when I'm gonna resign or when I stand down, that's up to me. It's not up to you guys, okay? Thank you and good night.
Jerry?
Is this our closing statements that we're making now?
For this session.
For this section?
Yeah, we
All
still
right,
got a
we
whole
still-
nother session to
Okay,
go.
just
I hope
wanna-
you're all staying for the next full session, right?
no.
Everybody?
No, I just wanna
Officers, lock the doors, they're all staying.
No, I just want to make sure, I just want to make sure that I do understand that. Okay, great, because I do have something to say at the second session. But this session here, you know, I heard a lot of conversation going back and forth. The bottom line is this: there is absolutely no reason at all to call a person who you know their name, call them out of their name. And that is the bottom line. I am a professional. I have coached for many years, and I have been out in public with numerous people on every level, from politicians down to school teachers and all. And again, there is no reason whatsoever to call an individual out of their name. And that's all I have to say. Take care and have a good night.
Now I go to the bathroom.
Hey, John,
So,
Leo.
no, he can go. You have to go to the
Okay,
bathroom,
go
go.
ahead.
No, no,
I
it's okay.
I know
Wait,
all
no
about when you
problem,
have to
no
go to the
problem.
bathroom.
Go
So,
ahead.
all right, just to reiterate some of the stuff that happened. I really appreciate Gwenny's comments, Gwenny Bird. I don't know if you're still here, Gwen, are you here? Hey, Gwen. This isn't the Hackensack we know, or the Hackensack we want. This might be a learning opportunity, but certainly not something we like to do on a regular basis, I'm sure. The other one I want to speak to is Brother Robinson, all right? All the stuff we heard tonight, we heard both sides, we heard people praising Leo, we heard people, you know, not praising Leo. Brother Robinson broke it down very easily, cut through all the stuff that happened all night and says, we're better than this, we got to get through this, we got to get over this, all right? Leo, you're the only person that can do that, and that's up to you. This council can't make you step down. This council can't force you to apologize, all right? That's not what we do. It's not our job, okay? All right, so that's all on you. This isn't the Hackensack I want, all right? And I want to caution people who might be out there taking advantage of the situation for personal reasons, and that's all I'm going to say about that, because it's happening. That I know. I've been doing this long enough to know. Silly season's here. I appreciate everybody's comments tonight, both sides, all right? I found most of them to be reasonable on both sides. Obviously, all the people, I've known Leo a long time. Whenever I need anything, Leo's there to help. Leo helps people, believe me, and it would be a tremendous loss to this community to lose Leo. But that said, that's not in my hands. And as Brother Robinson said, it's in God's hands, all right? So hopefully we'll figure this all out and be able to move forward with this and be better for it and be better people for it. This council has been called racist repeatedly without any explanation, none whatsoever. I've had people stand at that podium and say, John, you know you're a racist, right to my face, without any explanation. No apologies. I heard about apologies tonight. There's no apologies. And if you're going to call me a name, at least explain it to me why you think I'm that name, all right? So this goes, it's an ugly world when we get to this level. It really is ugly when it gets to that, all right? We try to treat people respectfully. And I always try to do the best at what I can. None of us are perfect, all right? We're all God's kids, and He did make us perfect, all right? But we can be better. So with that, thank you, everybody, for coming. It's been a long night. We have another session to go. I was hoping you'd all stay, but I understand completely. Thank you. Motion to close the meeting.
Offer.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. What about the executive session?
I need a motion to close the cow session,
Offer. The executive session.
executive session.
Offer.
Just as usual, for the
All in
record,
favor?
we talked about various litigation in the closed executive session, including the cases involving Koenig, Briggs, and McCarthy.
Thank you. Motion to close the council of the whole.
Offer.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Oh, and Monahan.
opposed.
And Monahan on the agenda
And
tonight as well.
Monahan, too. Okay.
Did we close everything, Deb, that we're supposed to close?
So the clerk is going to start this meeting while she has a voice. And if she can't continue, either the city manager or myself will take over for her. All right? Thanks to those who are staying. Enough, please. Madam Clerk.
This meeting is being held in accordance with the Open Public Meeting Act, NJNSA 10:4-6 et sec, notice of which was sent to the record in the Star Ledger and was posted on the municipal bulletin board.
If you need me to read anything, just let me know.
Yeah, let's,
okay?
Well, let me just start and
well,
make it
it's a
okay.
matter whether the public can hear you or not. Can you
Can you guys
folks
hear me?
understand her? They can, okay, thank you.
We're gonna go for coffee and empanadas.
Councilmember Von Rudenberg.
Here.
Deputy Mayor Canestrino.
Here.
Councilmember Battaglia.
Still here.
Councilmember Carroll.
Here.
Mayor LaBrosse.
I'm here.
Flag salute.
Would everybody please rise for the flag salute? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Okay, I do have a proclamation to read tonight, believe it or not. And the proclamation reads, whereas first responders include 911 operators and dispatchers, law enforcement officers, firefighters, emergency medical technicians, search and rescue teams, and other roles in the public safety sector, both professional and volunteer, who work tirelessly to keep residents safe. And whereas first responders show courage and selfless concern as they put their own lives in jeopardy as they respond to dangerous and devastating incidents and disasters, and tragically, some have paid the ultimate price. And whereas the deep commitment exhibited by first responders is worthy of admiration, and the residents of New Jersey owe a debt of gratitude to their first responders who make our state a safer place. And whereas acts of kindness and appreciation from the communities they serve provide first responders with needed encouragement and support to confront the uncertainty they face every day. And now, therefore, I, John P. LaBrosse Jr., Mayor of the City of Hackensack, along with members of the City Council, do hereby recognize the month of October as First Responders Appreciation Month and salute the contributions of law enforcement, firefighters, and emergency services personnel to the security and well-being of this state, and especially to our city. I urge all citizens to join with us and recognize our own first responders and their commitment and services that they provide as professionals and volunteers. So, Officer Francavilla, are you by yourself now? Who else is here? You guys, thanks for what you do. How about a round of applause for these guys tonight? And all of our first responders, our cops, our firemen, our dispatchers, our EMTs, volunteer ambulance guys, anybody who helps us in a time of need, these guys are always willing to just be there. So thank you for that, guys. Appreciate it. Approval of minutes, September 24th, 2024 COW Executive and Regular Meeting, October 8th, 2024 COW Executive Regular Meeting, October 15th, 2024 Special Meeting. I need a motion to approve.
Offer.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, none opposed. Was everybody here for all those meetings?
Yeah, everybody was here except for the special meeting. Leo was absent on that one.
All right,
But
so
it's all right,
Leo
he read them. He
abstains
had
on
them.
that one.
He read them, that's fine.
Okay. Oh, he read, that's okay, read the
Yes,
minutes.
he
Yep.
read them, it's fine.
Yeah, but you read the minutes, so.
Yeah, but you read them, it's fine.
Okay.
If you read the minutes, you're
have
fine.
them and read them, then you're good.
So with that city manager's report, I'm expecting it to be brief this evening.
Yes. The City of Hackensack is delighted to announce the winners of our annual pumpkin carving contest. First place was Gomez M. We don't use the last names because they're juveniles, with 528 votes. Second place was Ariana C. with 273 votes. And third place was Marion F. with 249 votes. We'd like to thank all who participated, and we're looking forward to the spooktacular designs next year. The City Slam Dunk the Junk was held on October 26th. There were 44 groups in total with 486 volunteers. They picked up around an estimated 193 bags of litter.
The city's program has been so successful that it has earned recognition from the Clean Communities, and they sent the new Lodi coordinator and Fair Lawn coordinator to watch and learn from Hackensack. City is thrilled to announce that our downtown has won the American Planning Association Great Places in New Jersey Great Downtown designation. Hackensack Youth Basketball Winter League registration is now open. The program runs from December until March for ages 5 to 14. The city is also actively seeking basketball coaches for this season. Reach out to our recreation department for more information. Hackensack Recreation is hosting the annual senior trip to Hunterdon Hills Playhouse to see a Playhouse Christmas. Only 50 tickets are available. First come, first serve for seniors only. $40 per person includes transportation, show, and a lunch. The city recently held the grand opening of our new Safe Streets Command Center. This is a state-of-the-art facility which will serve as a central hub of our police patrol efforts. That's it, Mayor.
Thank you. So we're going to go right to new business, Resolution 365-24.
This is a resolution for final adoption of ordinance number 40-2024, an ordinance amending Chapter 32 of the Code of the City of Hackensack Police Department to establish a new article entitled Private Outdoor Video Surveillance Security Camera Registry. This ordinance has been published according to law and now calls for a public hearing.
Need a motion to open to the public?
Offer.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. None opposed? Anyone from the public who'd like to speak to this ordinance and this ordinance only, please come forward. Seeing no one from the audience, motion to close to the public.
Offer.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. None opposed? Motion to adopt the ordinance.
Offer.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. None opposed?
Be it resolved by the City Council of the City of Hackensack, County of Bergen, and State of New Jersey, that ordinance number 40-2024 has passed its second and final reading and is hereby adopted.
Thank you. Resolution 366-24.
This is a resolution for the adoption of ordinance number 41-2024, a bond ordinance providing for the construction of the Johnson Park Sports Facility by and in the City of Hackensack in the County of Bergen, State of New Jersey, appropriating $8,500,000 therefore, including federal funds received from the American Rescue Plan Act of 2021 in the amount of $2,370,500, and including funds available in the city's cash reserve in the amount of $2 million, and authorizing the issuance of $3,932,000 in bonds or notes of the city to finance part of the cost thereof. This ordinance has been published according to law and now calls for a public hearing.
Need a motion to open to the public.
Offer.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. None opposed? Anyone from the public who'd like to speak to this ordinance and this ordinance only, please come forward.
Again, Carolyn Davis again. I'm just going to say this, with all the things that our city needs right now, a dome with that amount of money is not necessary in this town. We need a school badly. So if we're going to put $8 million of this kind of money anywhere, it needs to go into finding the school. Our children are crowded into the classrooms. It's more important for them to have classrooms that are not crowded, the teachers being able to teach in appropriate settings. They don't need a soccer dome right now. That's not the priority. Priority should be getting a school for the students, something we have been talking about for 8 years. And you just mentioned not too long ago that you had a school in plan, so that's what we need to do. That's what we need to do, not a dome. Thank you.
You want to speak to that? Because I know you're on top of that.
Yeah, just as I mentioned with you before, Ms. Davis, the City Council is working very closely with the school. We have been for the past couple of years. We presented, the city actually did drawings and feasibility studies on 2 different properties for them, but it didn't meet their needs. So the school recently, the last, 6 months or so, came back to us with a new place that they would like. The city's out having a formal appraisal done, because the city can't purchase anything without a formal appraisal. I think the feasibility study is done, so we are in the process of hoping to move forward. If the appraisal comes in good, Jim, right? I've got all my fingers crossed. What the city is trying very hard to do, I can't promise, you know, I don't like to say things because if I can't promise, you can't hold me to it, but we're getting close and I'm hoping it works. The city wants to purchase the land and donate it to the school. And in addition, it includes a city piece of property that we would also allow them to use and build over to give them adequate property. So it would get the property under control and it would get us started towards the new school. And the primary focus is multiple. Steph and I have been working on this. Steph and I both meet with the Board of Ed monthly. Is a dual purpose. One, get us out of Padre Pio, right? Because we're just pouring more good money after bad into that. And hopefully get the 5th grade out of the middle school so that we get them back to the community-based schools, which, you know, read all the studies. The longer we can keep our kids in a community-based school, the better it is for the students to learn and grow till they're old enough to really be into that middle school. And then it will hopefully eliminate that whole bottleneck of what's going on in the middle school. So I think. That should be our priority and it should be a referendum. It is, well, the referendum, they're gonna need a referendum for it to be built, but we're trying.
Well, the dome should be a referendum.
No, that's not a referendum.
That's not, the city doesn't go through a referendum process, but the support for the schools has always been there to get this done. I just want to reinforce that over the, oh God, how long ago did we do those original appraisals? 3-4 years ago. So we have been working in conjunction with them. I just want you to know that. We understand how important it is, and we're 100% in support of that initiative. And I'm hoping we get that appraisal and we get good news and we can really celebrate it all together.
I know you don't like to go back and forth, but I just asked one question. Why wasn't the public aware that you've been doing this? That's all I'm going to say.
All right, no, I'm
They
going
have
to answer you. A
They
lot
didn't
of
wanna
it,
stay.
I do talk periodically about our meetings with the Board of Ed. A lot of it is for the reason that I think I'm just so exhausted physically and mentally and emotionally. I don't normally say things unless I'm 100% sure you're getting them. Because, as we know, there's lots of people that like to criticize and say, you on that night, Kathy Canestrino, you said we're getting this. So I'm trying to disclaim it and say, I'm praying and hoping this comes together. But normally we wait until we can tell you that this is a done deal, for those very reasons. But this is what's been happening over the past number of years, and we can document it with meetings. You can talk to the Board of Ed about it. I'm sure they'll confirm. Mr. Sanchez is no longer here, but, you know, these meetings go back with him. So this has been something that the city has been working together, and the Board of Ed and the city have to work together. On projects like this, it's critical. So it's good, absolutely, it's good for everybody.
So I just want to speak real quickly to the Padre Pio situation. I'm sorry, ma'am, let me just jump in real quick. That deal was just one of the most horrible leasing deals ever with the Archdiocese. We paid for that building 3 times over in the last 12 years. Think about that. Think about that. Horrible, horrible deal. Been trying to get out of it forever. The sooner we get out of there, the better for the kids.
And it doesn't meet state standards.
And
I
it
mean, we're
it
paying
doesn't
all
meet
this
state
money,
standards.
And it doesn't even meet state standards.
And the requirements of the lease of what we're responsible for
$5
is
million a year.
ridiculous. So we need to get that done with that. That's number one priority is get out of Padre Pio.
We was paying $5 million a year.
We're getting close, so I'm, like, that's why I'm leaking it out a little bit, but pray for us that it all comes together and we're able to, and our CFO is, I'm crossing all my fingers and twisting all his so we can get this done.
All right.
Excuse me?
Cautiously optimistic.
Cautiously
Yes.
optimistic, yes, we're hoping, we're really hoping.
Okay, ma'am, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry too, we took away your time.
My name is Eileen O'Reilly at 106 Pine Street. Actually, 5 or 6 years ago, I was involved in a very large group that was called to the Board of Education meetings, the board meetings anyway, and all of this stuff was talked about, and then all of these 45 people who came for 3 consecutive meetings in a row, it was all dropped. It was invisible. The school never happened. That was before the COVID, so no excuses there. And the approvals on the dome and the recreation center were already made. So the school was not a priority in those days. And you were at many of the meetings, promising this, that, and the other thing from the builders.
I'll wait you finish.
Anyway, I didn't come to talk about the school. I'm just saying that I don't understand how This was supposed to be built for $10 million, which is extraordinary money, however many years ago. How is it now double that amount? What happened? I didn't like the idea then. I think it's ridiculous that you have buildings on the river, of all places, in a park. It doesn't make any sense. It'll be a cost center because through all of COVID, if it was up and running, you would have had to pay for heat and maintenance and everything else, and this is what's going to happen even if it is running. But twice the price? What happened? Who's doing the numbers here?
It's not exactly the same building as the original estimate was.
But that's the one we knew about. I didn't even know there was more money on it.
There were some changes into the structure, type of building it was. We went with a more structural type building versus a, what they call a, I don't want to call it a tent, the blow-up
Like
one.
a dome. Everybody's talking about a dome now. It's going to be a big
It's more of a
structure.
building than a dome. It has a metal roof. It's much
How can you
bigger and
justify
safer.
an extra 10 million?
That's the cost. Things have gone up just since
No,
COVID.
no, I mean, and continue with the project. I mean, you
Yeah, I
only
know.
did the cement recently. How could you continue without this being an issue?
We feel it's needed in the city. We've done
It's
studies
not
on it.
needed in the city.
But you're one person, man. We have a lot of people who want to use this facility.
Yeah, but you're talking about a school. Where is all this money coming from?
A lot of this money is, everybody says let the builders pay for it. Well, the buildings are paying for it through
yeah.
income, through pilots. Everybody says, oh, they don't pay taxes for 30 years. If I hear that one more time, I'm going to jump off. the
And
roof.
how much are the
All
schools
right?
getting?
The
And how
pilots are
much
already
is-
bringing in.
And how much is the charter
the
school
schools,
getting?
The charter school gets nothing, okay, from the city.
And no
The
kids
county
go to
gets
the
a small
charter
amount,
school?
And the public schools do not get. But notice, also, people seem to forget, public schools, our public school, how many years ago got?
All right, so let's talk about the economics, all right? The pilot is in New Jersey, the state of New Jersey.
I understand the pilot.
Okay, and the reason for the pilot is you have to prove that your infrastructure is aged, and especially the age of the sewers being more than 50 years, for you even to be able to enter into this program, which we have. And the sewer work that we're doing already, Jim, what was it, 53 million, 52 million? How much have we?
I don't want to know about,
No,
I
no,
know
no,
about the
no, you
pilots.
have to-
I
but
get
no,
it.
but
I
no,
get
no,
it.
because you're saying, what is the school getting? I'm saying the purpose of the pilot is to do things for the city, not the schools. Now, the schools, let's talk about the schools aid, right? Up until 6 or 7 years ago, consistently, in state aid, the schools got $13 million. All right, you know what the schools get today in the last 6 years? Every year. Do you know what that number is?
No.
That number is now 40 million. So the schools in the last 6 or 7 years have increased their state aid by $27 million, okay? So let's just think about that. Our pilot money is what, Jim, 7 million this year? So they've seen an increase in the school state aid by $27 million. And God bless, that's what it's for. It's for the schools. We're not asking for that money. We're not asking as the city. We have sewer problems. We have quality of life issues with people having sanitary lines backing up into their homes, right? We had, our parks were a mess. Our children were playing in an M&M building where we had to cancel basketball games because it was on a wood floor that got so wet they would slip and fall. All right, we needed to do major things in this town, and that's what our pilot money is being used to do. The schools have received increased state aid as well. That's for them. Pilot money is for the city to do infrastructure, and we're working together. Yet we're still hoping we have some money that Jim is telling me, yes, maybe, that if it comes together, we could donate city property to them and buy the other piece that they need to do this, to build this school. And we're doing that as a council, or we hope to be doing that as a council, because we agree with you. And we have been working on this school. I'm sorry, but let me finish. We have been working on the school going back many, many, many years. It's not our decision. We can come, we spent money on architectures, we've located properties, we did all of the work, and we presented it to the school. But we can't say, oh, let's pick that and let's do it. That's the school's decision, and we honor and respect that. That's not our decision.
Well, let me ask you something else about the money that was spent on the recreation building.
Yes.
$10 million as well.
I think it was 8 or 9.
Oh, excuse me.
Close, a little.
Million here, a million
No,
there.
let's just, if we're going to talk numbers, let's talk numbers.
So the building department all of a sudden gets moved over there because you want to sell the property to a builder. So they're in the recreation building. How many senior programs do you have? I can't find one on your website.
They just moved into their new building.
Oh,
There
nice.
was multiple.
How many years was that?
There was, all right, there was, you want me to answer you, or you want?
Yes, I do.
Okay. There was, when we knew the John Earl Building was up for sale, which it wasn't all one, and the fact that we could now have the City Hall complex all together, which is important, and have more room not only in the John Earl Building is the building department, but also the new command center for the police officers to do really safe streets, that whole Safe Streets program. If you haven't been there, you should go for a look. It's absolutely amazing to see what's in there for our police department. So the ability for us to do that made sense for us to sell the property that they were in.
It didn't make sense to save that property for a school.
John Earl Building?
The John Earl Building?
No, with the green
That
uniform
was not,
company.
the footprint there was not large enough.
Oh, no.
No, it wasn't. I mean, we can show you drawings if you'd like.
There's a
but
certain requirement to have for size of
outdoor
school.
space,
You have to have a
drop-off
certain requirement
space.
of footprint.
If we're gonna build something,
Yeah, but
or
the
help the
thing-
school look into building something, we're gonna make sure that A, it meets state standards, and B, maybe we're gonna build it a little bit bigger for growth, okay, so that we have that ability to grow. That's, I think, the direction that the school is going in, and we're in 100% support of that. If you're talking about pre-COVID, $170 million referendum that failed, yes, we were against that as a council, because no one and none of our taxpayers could substantiate that burden, and that was far more than the cost of building the school. And that's what we asked for, is to separate the two and give voters a choice. Because I believe at that point, if they would have separated and had a referendum for the school and a referendum for everything else, at least the school referendum would have
Right.
passed. And that's my personal opinion.
Schools benefit the entire city.
So let me ask
The
you. let me jump in
recreation
here.
department, when it's not filled with the
I-
building department, benefits the whole
So
city.
what do you think is the
This is
biggest-
only gonna be soccer.
What is the biggest issue?
No. She's saying it's only soccer.
No, it's not just soccer. It's all
Stop
every
building
sport.
it. You hardly started,
Well,
end
she
it,
asked the question. Tell her
and
what's
let's
happening.
let the
It's
environment
every,
take over.
Every sport that's played inside can be played in there, all right? There's gonna be a wrestling room, football practice there, soccer, baseball, field hockey. This is a multiple use, it's a multi-sport facility.
Yeah,
Lessons for
I
all
just
kids.
don't get it. In education,
I don't
kids should be
expect.
outside.
I don't, so let me ask you a question. Let's go back to the schools. What's the biggest problem in the schools today?
Why are
Would
you
say?
asking me?
I'm asking you
I
what's-
didn't come about the school, I came about this.
So
But the talk became.
the big thing
Because-
is overcrowding.
because
So
how
right
much
now,
money do we have to spend?
well, because this has to do with building a new school, which you are talking about, all right? So obviously, if we
came
need a new
about
school, you
But
must
she
think.
worry
we're-
about the dome.
Wait, can I
That's the
speak to
problem.
the dome for a second? I have young children in sports, multiple sports in town. And what happens is we go to all the other towns around us, the wealthy areas in Bergen County, and those parents can pay thousands of dollars for winter training and doing these things. Our families can't afford that here. So the way we can offer them to have more training and get to that elite level is owning our own inside space that they can go to in the winter without paying for it and compete with these other towns. And that's what happens here. It's not fair to our kids. You know, you go play these towns that the parents are paying thousands of dollars. The club's telling, the rec team's telling them, I want $1,000 for winter workouts. We can't afford that here. So
Right.
yes, this is a big project, but in the long run, it's gonna benefit
Well,
every sport.
I just don't see
Now,
it
I don't
as a
have children in
necessity.
soccer, so I wouldn't support if it was just soccer. I have, my kids do many different sports, and it's for all different sports there, and that's the only way I would support it.
And it
And our
blocks the...
children, but our children deserve that competitive edge. I mean,
No, they don't. Children
why
in
not?
general don't. They should be allowed to be children, play their sports. They're
But
not
if
all
they-
gonna be professional.
no, not professional.
More like Mr. Battaglia has done over the years, apparently, from what I heard, is have these kids learn things like sportsmanship and responsibility and all that. Not to be the always winners and the elite group. Who needs an elite group? These are children.
They wanna compete.
They want to compete.
Their parents want them to compete.
Not only that, but sometimes
I
these
have a
kids,
couple of very
if they can
competitive
compete
grandchildren, let
and
me
they
tell you.
good, they get scholarships and they go to school for free.
Mm-hmm.
Many of the kids that were here tonight, they went to school for free. So they say the parent maybe over $200,000.
Right.
What about that?
I just don't get it, that you can have
You don't get it.
$10
What about
million
the rest?
$10 million dollars.
Think about the benefits of sports for our children, right? The physical aspect, you know, giving them something to do after school in the streets,
Yeah.
giving them something to be proud of. Let them
sorry.
see that hard work pays off.
Don't
It's-
waste your breath on me. I'm totally against it.
I'm not wasting my
Thank you.
breath.
Understood, Mrs.
Thank you.
I think it's critical that you
Right.
at least try to understand.
That's it.
Anyone else from the public? Hi, Deb.
So, so do we know that everyone wants the dome at this point?
Yes.
Do we know that every citizen in the city of Hackensack wants
This
to
is
go
why
there?
I'm asking
No.
for, you saying that it can't be put out for a
I'll
referendum,
put it to you
right?
this way. Elected officials make these decisions.
Mhm.
You were up here. You made decisions on things, all right? I'm sure there are people that disagree with decisions you made. This council has decided to move forward with this project. We're into quite a bit of money. We're certainly not gonna just throw that. You talk about criticism. If you've spent $6 or $7 million prepping this thing or whatever it is, and you don't move forward, that would be catastrophic to me and the city. It's an important project. It also has the possibility of being used after hours and bringing in some income to the city as well.
To at a minimum be self-sustaining, so there will be no cost to the city for it.
And who will be running it?
It'll be
The
staff.
recreation?
It'll be, yes.
Yeah.
So, aside from the pilots, there have been no separate agreements for the developers to help with the construction?
Of a school?
Yes, no, of the dome, the schools, toward the schools,
No,
whatever?
Not for the dome, no.
No separate agreements?
No.
Why not?
We have used some of the monies from the pilots or from.
Aside from the
No,
pilots?
I'm just saying,
No.
we have
Mhm.
used some of the money, or some, for example, we took some city properties, like, and we now have them, they now have garages and living space. So that was sold for certain monies. We've used some of that money to support the dome and other things, sewer easements, et cetera. So some of the sales of the properties, as well as the pilots, have gone to support the dome, some of the sewer work, et cetera. Our mentality as a council has been from the very beginning with the pilot money, is we are gonna get as much cash, as much money into the city as we possibly can, and use this way we have control, listening to the residents, as to what and how we're gonna spend that money, whether it be sewers or whether it be parks, whatever it may be. So, there's only so many, you can't bleed a stone, right? There's only so much, Debbie, I know you understand this, there's only so much you can get out of a project financially. So whether you say, oh, do some park work, then you're going to get less money, right? The total is always gonna come down to a certain number that's affordable and achievable in dealing with developers or anyone in that. There has to be at least some modicum of a profit for them to even be in this business. And in the pilot world, they can't make more than 12% pilot, 12% return. If they do, then their pilot gets adjusted for that. So the state put this mechanism and this tool into place, and I think did a good job to help cities like Hackensack that are aging and need this type of work to be done, and a way to fuel that infrastructure. And that's what we're taking advantage of.
Okay, I can't read what I wrote. How can we find out? Oh, how can we find out how much, is it on the hackensack.org, how much each building has brought in?
If you go to hackensack.org and you go to the budgets, right? If you look at, is it in the user-friendly budget, Jim?
No, it's in the adopted budget, sheet 10.
Adopted budget sheet 10, that's the revenue page, right? So every pilot is listed there by name of the building and how much money is included in this year's budget, because it goes straight to the bottom line, that's where we put it, and what they actually paid last year. Now, if you look at this, you're going to see over time, the state has very strict rules, I should be having Jim explain this, where we can't include in our budget any more than they paid the prior year, even though we know they're going to pay way more, like early on. So most years, we pretty well exceed what we anticipated to get in the pilot money as well. But we're limited to the way the state allows us to use that money. But they're all there, so you can certainly take a look at it and see, as well as the monies that we've negotiated in the host community agreement with the hospital, that's listed there too. So all of the things that we've been able to negotiate to bring more revenue into the city would be on that revenue page.
So that property across from the middle school, that huge building there would have been sufficient for a new school.
The
I
corner
know,
of,
I'm just my observation, you don't have to comment on it, but
321?
that whole
Where
block.
the Ortani was?
Yeah.
Ortani
Yeah,
Bank?
that whole block,
Yes.
that whole block would have been perfect.
We had 2 lots right adjacent to the middle school that we proposed, and the Board of Ed did not want those choices. We have the.
It just seems like all of the prime
We offered it.
properties
No, that was.
have been
Think
given
about it,
away.
Deb, it was more prime. We offered them the locations directly adjacent to the middle school, or, which there's some, at that point in time, those churches were for sale and the houses behind them. And then we also talked about that corner property. Remember, I think it was an old Simple Simon or 7-Eleven? That property, which was our selection as a city.
But that's
be-
not even as big as what
No,
it is across the street.
No, but you go back, we go all the way back. The house is behind it.
I
too.
know what you're talking, I know
Yeah,
exactly
yeah.
what you're
It
talking, on
was-
Union.
And the city has their parking lot in part of that too that we were
Mm-hmm.
donating. So both of those pieces actually were more than adequate to build exactly what was needed
Mm-hmm.
for us.
Okay, so my concern is, as a taxpayer, is the bottom line. How much is it going to cost taxpayers,
For what?
all of this?
For what?
For the dome, for the schools?
Well,
I mean,
let's
it just,
let's ask Jim, is the dome going to increase taxes?
it's going to cost us money.
Is it going to increase taxes, Jim? I'm glad you stayed.
Yeah, well, just remember, we don't refer to it as the dome anymore, because that was the original project. The original project was a soccer dome. It's now a sports facility to accommodate multi-sports, as the mayor said. To do that, that's how the project grew. And originally, it was gonna be a membrane structure, dome, not anymore. Now it's gonna be a rigid structure. To do that, the foundation was a huge expense. Remember, this project also includes the University Plaza parking lot.
Which we purchased.
Right? And that parking lot isn't just a parking lot, it's also going to be a second form of egress out of the facility. Along with the road coming in, it'll be a way of getting out. And the other thing to remember is the location of the dome is where the pistol range used to be, contaminated with lead. All that soil had to be remediated. Now, having said all of that, the Johnson Park Sports Facility project was
parking lot.
And the
What's
Sears
that?
parking lot too.
The Sears
he's trying to
parking
tell you.
lot,
The
we
Sears
bought that
parking
one
lot we
too.
purchased too.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, for Johnson Park, but okay. What I'm saying is that project was designed to not increase taxes at all. It was all done within our existing debt service budget, even as it's grown. Okay, and we're still holding to that today. This $8.5 million bond ordinance, right, is only, you'll see, it's only appropriating $3.9 million in debt. The other 4.2 million, or whatever it is,
2.3 and 4.37.
4.3. Yeah, that's our money. That's either ARP money or the money that we've accumulated, as the deputy mayor said,
redevelopment.
from selling properties for developers. Okay, so to answer your question, Deb, is will taxes increase because of this? No, they won't. Not for this project, because when this project was designed, same time as the M&M building, same time as the two-way conversion on Main Street, same time as the Performing Arts Center. It was all done with the thought that it would all be within our existing debt service budget.
Thank you.
Thanks, John.
Okay, I'm going to hold you to that.
Me too.
Okay. I think that's it for now. Good night.
Thank you. Motion to close to the public?
Offer.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. None opposed. Motion to adopt the ordinance.
Offer.
Second.
All in favor? No,
Do a vote.
one at a time. Roll call.
Councilmember Von Rudenberg.
Sorry, thank you, Chair.
Deputy Mayor Canestrino.
Aye.
Councilmember Pataglia.
Leo.
Leo.
Yes.
Say aye. You want to
Aye,
vote for
aye,
this?
aye.
Councilman Carroll.
Stay.
Mayor LaBrus.
Aye.
Be it resolved by the City Council of the City of Hackensack, County of Bergen, State of New Jersey, that ordinance number 41-2022 2024 has passed its second and final reading and is hereby adopted.
Thank you. Okay, let's go with Resolution 367-24.
Is a final adoption of ordinance number 42-2024, an ordinance to amend Chapter 175 zoning of the Code of the City of Hackensack to allow for 2 Class 2 cannabis manufacturing licenses pursuant to the New Jersey Cannabis Regulatory Enforcement Assistance and Marketplace Modernization Act. This ordinance has been published according to law and now calls for a public hearing.
Need a motion to open to the public?
Offer.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. None opposed?
In this particular, I am voting no, just in case.
That's
I
up to you,
cannot-
Councilman, whatever you want to do.
Okay,
Need a motion to open to the public?
okay.
We're
Offer.
open. All right, anybody from the public who'd like to speak to this ordinance and this ordinance only, please come forward. Seeing no members of the public, motion to close to the public.
Offer.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Or you're voting no?
I am voting no.
He's voting no. So, roll call, sorry.
Well,
I
first you
didn't
need
make
a
it, I
motion.
didn't offer it.
Oh, sorry.
Offer.
Second.
Okay. Roll call?
Councilmember Rudenberg.
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Canestrino.
Aye.
Councilmember Pataglia.
No.
Councilmember Carroll. Mayor LaBrus.
Aye.
Be it resolved by the City Council of the City of Hackensack, County of Bergen, State of New Jersey, that ordinance number 42-2024 has passed its second and final reading and is hereby adopted.
Thank you. Before we move further, I just want to speak forward that we went forward earlier in the night with money that is being, revenue brought in by the dispensary we have in town. Monies from that are going to be going to purchase trees throughout the city to our Shade Tree Commission. Josh Cohen will be very happy. I think he was in the audience earlier, too. He should have walked out with a smile on his face at least. But, yeah, so that's a good thing. So it's good stuff coming out of that. That's found money for us. And we certainly could use the trees. Our trees have taken a beating with the storms we've had the last few years. And Hackensack's a beautiful city. We're a tree city, #1, and beautiful tree city at that. So Resolution 368-24.
It's a resolution for the introduction of ordinance number 43-2024, an ordinance to amend Chapter 170 of the Code of the City of Hackensack, Vehicles and Traffic, to remove Second Street and Haynes Place as resident-only on-street parking.
Need a motion, please.
Offer.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
None opposed?
Be it resolved that the above ordinance being ordinance 43-2024, as introduced, is now passed on first reading, and that said ordinance shall be considered for final passage at a meeting to be held on December 10, 2024, at 8:00 p.m., or as soon thereafter as the matter can be reached at the regular meeting place of the City Council, and at such time and place all persons interested be given an opportunity to be heard concerning said ordinance, and that the city clerk be and she is hereby authorized and directed to publish said ordinance according to law, with a notice of its introduction and passage on first reading, and of the time and place when and where said ordinance will be further considered for final passage. Sorry.
Resolution 369-24.
I think somebody's gonna have to do the rest of this.
Need a motion?
Steve can't do this.
All right, she done? All right, Steve's gonna take over. So bear with us.
I can't breathe.
That's a problem.
I have, you want a cough drop, Deb?
Yeah, cough drop.
But wait, second.
She's done for the night.
So where are we now? We're on resolution?
You're on resolution
368-2069.
Deb,
Give
here.
you my last one, Deb. You need it?
I got a cough drop.
These
That's
are
not
good.
gonna help.
No?
Not gonna help?
The problem is that I can't get enough air.
Oh.
This is close enough.
So we are now, we finished 368, we're on 369. So this
You
is.
want me to read it? It's easier for me to read it because I have to go over it anyway.
It's up to you.
369.
Deb?
Whatever you wanna do.
I'll read it.
Whoever wants to read it.
I'll read it.
I'll keep count. You just read.
Yeah.
All right, fair enough.
I need him to guide me in case I make a mistake. So where'd you let off? Just at 369-24,
369.
correct?
Has to
So
be read.
369-24 is an introduction of ordinance 44-2024, a bond ordinance providing for various 2024 capital improvements and acquisitions by and in the city of Hackensack, in the county of Bergen, state of New Jersey, appropriating $6 million therefore, and authorizing the issuance of $5,465,472 in bonds or notes for the city to finance part of the cost thereof. Need a motion?
Offer.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
none opposed. So you read,
You have to read the whole.
be it
bylaw.
resolved that the above ordinance being ordinance 44-2024, as introduced, is now passed on first reading, and that said ordinance shall be considered for final passage at a meeting to be held on December 10th, 2024 at 8 p.m., or as soon thereafter as matter can be reached at the regular meeting place of the City Council. And at such time and place, all persons interested being given an opportunity to be heard concerning said ordinance, and that the city clerk be and she is hereby authorized and directed to publish said ordinance according to law, with a notice of its introduction and passage on first reading, and of the time and place when and where said ordinance will be further considered for final passage. All right, I'm tired already.
If you need, I was gonna say, relief pitcher, I was gonna say Weaver, but he didn't
So.
do very well.
No,
And
I'm doing
the,
fine.
Clay
We're good.
Holmes, I don't know if that's better.
Resolution 370-24 is an introduction of ordinance 45-2024, an ordinance to amend Chapter 170 of the Code of the City of Hackensack parking to add no parking on portions of Elizabeth Street. Need a motion, please?
Offer.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, none opposed. Be it resolved that the above ordinance being ordinance 45-2024 is introduced, is now passed on first reading, and that said ordinance shall be considered for final passage at a meeting to be held on December 10th, 2024 at 8 p.m., or as soon thereafter as the matter can be reached at the regular meeting place at the City Council. And at such time and place, all persons interested be given an opportunity to be heard concerning said ordinance, and that the city clerk be and she is hereby authorized and directed to publish said ordinance according to law, with a notice of its introduction and passage on first reading, and of the time and place when and where said ordinance will be further considered for final passage. Okay. 371-24 is an introduction of ordinance 46-2024, an ordinance to amend Chapter 88 of the Code of the City of Hackensack Fire Prevention to add Section 88-12 Fire Watch. Need a motion?
Offer.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. I don't hear any opposed. Be it resolved that the above ordinance, being ordinance 46-2024, as introduced, is now passed on first reading, and that said ordinance shall be considered for final passage at a meeting to be held on December 10, 2024 at 8 p.m., or as soon thereafter as the matter can be reached at the regular meeting place of the City Council, and at such time and place, all persons interested be given an opportunity to be heard, and at such time and place, all persons interested be given an opportunity to be heard concerning said ordinance, and that the city clerk be and she is hereby authorized and directed to publish said ordinance according to law, with a notice of its introduction and passage on first reading, and of the time and place when and where said ordinance will be further considered for final passage. Okay. Resolution 372-24, we're going to do a roll call on this one. It's an introduction of ordinance 47-2024, an ordinance to amend Chapter 32 of the Code of City of Hackensack Police Department with respect to the duties and authority of the newly established position of police chief. Need a motion?
Offer.
And I'm sorry, roll call.
You need a motion first.
Offer.
A motion for introduction and then.
No.
Yeah.
Somebody say
Second.
second.
You need a second.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Now you can do roll
Get
call.
your second, now roll call. Stephanie?
Aye.
Kathy?
Aye.
Aye.
For her.
Jerry?
Abstain.
Abstain. Mayor says aye. Okay.
Deputy Mayor.
Be it resolved that the above ordinance, being ordinance 47-2024, as introduced, is now passed on its first reading, and that said ordinance shall be considered for final passage at a meeting to be held on December 10, 2024, at 8 p.m., or as soon thereafter as the matter can be reached at the regular meeting place of the City Council, and at such time and place, all persons interested be given an opportunity to be heard concerning said ordinance, and that the city clerk be and she is hereby authorized and directed to publish said ordinance according to law, with a notice of its introduction and passage on first readings, and of the time and place when and where said ordinance will be further considered for final passage. Thank you. Resolution 373-24. It's a resolution designating redeveloper and authorizing redevelopment agreement with Esther Realty LLC for the redevelopment of Block 500-01, lots 78 and 82, within the 112 to 120 Hackensack Avenue White Manor redevelopment plan area. Need a motion?
Offer.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, none opposed. So there's no further reading on that, right, Deb?
No,
No.
it's just a regular
Thank you.
resolution. Because it goes with the
Just
next
the designation.
ordinance.
Yeah. So Resolution 374-24 is an introduction of an ordinance, 48-2024, excuse me, an ordinance authorizing entry of real estate purchase and sale agreement with designated developer Esther Realty LLC for sale of block 500.01, lot 78 and 82, parentheses 112 to 120 Hackensack Avenue, pursuant to the local redevelopment and housing law. I need a motion.
Offer.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Be it resolved that the above ordinance, being ordinance 48-2024, as introduced, is now passed on first reading, and that said ordinance shall be considered for final passage in a meeting to be held on December 10th, 2024, at 8 p.m., or as soon thereafter as the matter could be reached at the regular meeting place of the City Council. And at such time and place, all persons interested be given an opportunity to be heard concerning said ordinance, and that the city clerk be and she is hereby authorized and directed to publish said ordinance according to law with a notice of its introduction and passage on first reading, and of the time and place when and where said ordinance will be further considered for final passage. Thank you. Next one is Resolution 375-24. This is an introduction of an ordinance 49-2024, an ordinance authorizing acceptance of deed of permanent drainage easement over a portion of block 82.01, lot 2501. So,
Offer.
Second.
okay, with that, this is,
All those in
be it
favor?
resolved that the above ordinance being ordinance...
Being all in favor.
No, all in favor, I'm sorry. All in
Aye.
favor? None opposed. Be it resolved that the above ordinance, being ordinance 49-2024, as introduced, is now passed on first reading, and that said ordinance shall be considered for final passage at a meeting to be held on December 10th, 2024, at 8 p.m., or as soon thereafter as the matter can be reached at the regular meeting place of the City Council, and at such time and place all persons interested be given an opportunity to be heard concerning said ordinance, and that the city clerk be and she is hereby authorized and directed to publish said ordinance according to law with a notice of its introduction and passage on first reading, and of the time and place when and where said ordinance will be further considered for final passage. Okay. Next is 376-24, which is introduction of ordinance 50-2024, an ordinance amending City of Hackensack redevelopment plan governing the Main Street area in need of rehabilitation. Need a motion, please.
Offer.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. None opposed. Be it resolved that the above ordinance, being ordinance 50-2024, as introduced, is now passed on first reading, and that said ordinance shall be considered for final passage at a meeting to be held on December 10th, 2024, at 8 p.m., or as soon thereafter as the matter can be reached at the regular meeting place of the City Council. And at such time and place, all persons interested be given an opportunity to be heard concerning said ordinance, and that the city clerk be and she is hereby authorized and directed to publish said ordinance according to law, with a notice of its introduction and passage on first reading, and of the time and place when and where said ordinance will be further considered for final passage. Okay. Bear with me. Resolution 377-24 is a resolution conditionally designated 111 Essex Apartments LLC as the redeveloper at Block 76, lots 45 and 7.03 within the 111 Essex Street and 142-144 Kansas Street redevelopment plan area. Need a motion?
Offer.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Resolution 378-24 is a resolution authorizing financial agreement for payment in lieu of taxes pursuant to NJSA 55:14K-37 with 111 Essex Apartments LLC for a 68-unit, 100% affordable multifamily rental housing project located upon Block 76, lots 45 and 7.03, 111 Essex and 142-144 Kansas Street. Need a motion?
Offer.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, none opposed. Just for the record, everybody, I'm sure they heard me say this, but this is for the affordable housing project going on Essex Street. looking forward to that project becoming a reality in the city of Hackensack with our commitment to that. Resolution, 379-24 is a resolution authorizing tax refunds for state board judgments and overpayment. May I have a motion?
Offer.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, none opposed. Resolution 380-24 is a resolution authorizing transfer of the 2024 budget appropriations. May I have a motion, please?
Offer.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, none opposed. Resolution 381-24 is a resolution requesting approval of items in revenue and appropriation. NJSA 40A:4-87, National Opioid Settlement Reserve. Need a motion.
Offer.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, none opposed. Resolution 382-24 is a resolution authorizing award contract to Negley Engineering for Bergen County ADA curb ramp compliance on South River Street. Need a motion?
Offer.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, none opposed. Resolution 383-24 is a resolution awarding a contract to Suburban Engineering for construction management and oversight services for the Jefferson Street emergency sewer repair. Need a motion?
Offer.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, none opposed. Resolution 384-24 is a resolution awarding emergency contract to National Water Main Cleaning for Jefferson Street sanitary sewer repair. Need a motion?
Offer.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Resolution 385-24 is a resolution authorizing accrued time payout of $112,871.49 to retired firefighter Charles Iyer. Need a motion?
Offer.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. None opposed. Resolution authorizing accrued time payout of $122,176.78 to retired Police Sergeant Edmund Meneses. Roll call? Steph?
You need a motion first.
I need a motion, sorry.
Offer.
Need a second.
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 All in, roll call?
Councilmember
Steph?
Von Rudenberg.
Aye.
Okay. Councilmember,
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Canestrino.
Aye.
Councilmember Pataglia.
Aye.
Councilmember Carroll.
Abstain.
Mayor LaBrus.
Aye. Resolution 387-24 is a resolution authorizing tax appeal attorney to settle the cases on the attached list dated November 7, 2024, and that were scheduled for trial or settlement. Need a motion?
Offer.
Second.
Roll call? I'm sorry, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
None opposed. Resolution 388-24 is a resolution authorizing tax appeal attorney to settle the case on the attached list dated November 7, 2024, that were scheduled for trial or settlement. Need a motion?
Offer.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
None opposed. Resolution 389-24 is a resolution authorizing the settlement of litigation entitled Monahan et al. V. City of Hackensack et al. Pending in the Superior Court of New Jersey, Passaic Vintage, docket number PIS-L-3324-21. Need a motion?
Offer.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Resolution 390-24 is a resolution authorizing the payment of bills. Need a motion? I'm sorry.
Offer.
Offer. Roll call.
Councilmember Von Rudenberg.
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Canestrino.
Aye.
Councilmember Pataglia.
Aye.
Councilmember Carroll.
Aye.
Mayor LaBrus.
I abstain. So, we're down to the consent agenda. We're rounding third base, heading home.
It's not as easy as it looks, is it?
Yeah. Might
This
come
was
for
a
your
lot.
job.
This was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5
So.
pages. Packed.
Does anybody have any conflicts of interest on the consent agenda?
No.
I have
No?
two.
No.
Yes, I know Jerry has two. I believe it's 400-24 and 401-24, right? So we're going to pull 400-24 and 401-24 to be voted on separately, okay? So, Resolution 391-24, the consent agenda, is a resolution authorizing endorsement of proposed Bergen County redevelopment block grant increase for the Johnson Public Library ADA compliant elevator project. Resolution 392-24 is a resolution authorizing appointment of Giuseppe Randazzo as temporary judge for the Hackensack Municipal Court. Resolution 395-24 is a resolution establishing a stipend for the municipal housing liaison.
Mayor, that was 393.
393-24, my apologies.
That's okay.
Resolution 394-24 is a resolution authorizing leave of absence for Carlos Arenas, Public Safety Telecommunicator, from November 11, 2024 to February 2nd, 2025. Resolution 395-24 is a resolution in support of Greater Bergen Community Action's New Jersey Affordable Housing Trust Fund application for the project to be developed at 251 Railroad Place. Resolution 396-24 is a resolution authorizing release of performance bond for 163 Main Street. Resolution 397-24 is a resolution authorizing release of a performance bond for 300 South Summit Avenue. Resolution 398-24 is a resolution authorizing release of escrow funds for various properties. Resolution 399-24 is a resolution authorizing acceptance of a donation of gym equipment from 210 Main Street, Urban Renewal LLC for our Recreation Department. Resolution 402-24 is a resolution authorizing the endorsement of proposed Bergen County Community Development Grant. Resolution 403-24 is a resolution terminating the designation of Hackensack Main Street Urban Renewal LLC as the redeveloper of Block 315, lots 14, 15, 21, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28.1, 28.02, 30.01, 30.02, 32.01, and 34 within the Block 315 redevelopment plan, otherwise known as Lot D. Resolution 404-24 is a resolution authorizing a raffle licenses, Bergen County Academies Parents Partnership Organization. Resolution 405-24 is a resolution authorizing the mayor and council, committee of the whole, and regular 2025 meeting schedule, to which all dates and times are subject to change. Resolution 406-24 is a resolution authorizing the city to participate in the Adopt a Drain program developed by Hamline University. So, I need a motion to adopt the consent agenda as I just read it.
Offer.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, none opposed. Now we'll read Resolution 400-24. It's a resolution authorizing the employment agreement for Michael Antista as police chief. Need a motion?
Offer.
Second.
Roll call?
Councilmember Von Rudenberg.
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Canestrino.
Aye.
Councilmember Pataglia.
Aye.
Councilmember Carroll.
Abstain.
Mayor LaBrus.
Aye. And then Resolution 401-24, which is a resolution authorizing appointments of special law enforcement officers, Class 1 for 2025 calendar year. I need a motion, please.
Offer.
Second.
All in,
Councilmember Von Rudenberg.
Aye.
yes.
Mayor Canestrino.
Aye.
Councilmember Pataglia.
Aye.
Councilmember Carroll.
Abstain.
Mayor LaBrus.
Aye. Okay. With that, I need a motion for the second time this evening to open up to the public.
Offer.
Second.
I can't believe there's still people here at 11:30 at night. Pretty good, guys.
All those
So,
in favor?
We've been here since 5:15.
yeah. So with that, anyone from the public who would like to speak, please come to the podium. You will have, Frank, you still awake? 3 minutes.
Good
Good
evening.
evening.
Good evening.
Good evening. Annette Jankowski, Condo Co-op Advisory Board. In recognition of the First Responders Appreciation Month, the Condo Co-op Advisory Board would like to also add our own personal thank you for the work that they do. Certificate of Appreciation for First Responders from the Hackensack Condominium Co-op and Multi-Unit Rental Buildings Advisory Board. To all our first responders, we would like to express our sincere thank you for all you do to keep our condo and co-op communities safe and healthy. Your hard work, dedication, and professionalism is greatly appreciated. It's signed by myself, Murray Roonan, past chair, Councilman Battaglia. He is our council liaison. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Great job, thanks.
Do you-
Appreciate it. Clerk will take that.
Yeah.
Just leave it there, thanks.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you. Yep. We'll see that they get it.
Good night. Thank you.
Good night, have a good night. Anyone else from the public? Okay, motion to close to the public.
Offer.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
None opposed. Stephanie?
Real quick, I know it's a late night, just want to thank everyone that put together the Veterans Day ceremony. It was a wonderful day, great weather. It was nice to see everyone there celebrating and giving our veterans their attention and that they deserve. Thank you to our first responders as well. And one other thing. Library, the Friends of the Library, it's a new group that are raising funds for the Johnson Public Library. They're having a Hackensack Community Climb Night at the Goat Climbing Gym on Thursday, November 21st. Check out their website for more information. I think they had something at the archery event a couple of weeks ago as well. So we got a quick tour of the library. They're really doing some great things over there, great programming. They have a lot of citizenship classes, resume classes, ESL classes, and they're just doing a lot over there. So try to get down there if you haven't been there in a while. And that's it. Have a good night. Thanks everyone for coming out.
Thanks, Steph. All right, you guys, do you want me to go through my recap, or you want me to say good night?
No.
Good night, and thank you everyone for coming. I know I always explain everything, but everybody's tired.
Hold on, I'm having a heart attack. Kathy got done in 5 seconds.
Thank you, everybody, for coming, and I'm sorry to you guys to keep you that long, so that means that I can say I'm sorry when I have to do it, okay? I'm never gonna apologize or say I regret or whatever if I don't commit something that I consider that was wrong. So, thank you for coming, and good night.
Good evening. I'd like to start off by thanking all the military veterans who have served our country. Although I'm not a veteran, I have many friends and relatives who have served. Thank you again. Now, unfortunately, I must bring up the latest and ridiculous accusations about me from our mayor. At our September 24th council meeting, Mayor LaBrosse made a statement, which is on video, that I was removed from his campaign ticket because he believed what Deputy Mayor Canestrino told him, that I was going to call the council racist. Now, on the NBC News program broadcast on October 14th, the mayor stated, quote, "We made the decision to replace Councilman Carroll on our ticket prior to this entire incident because he has been meeting with our political opponents for months," end quote. This is totally untrue. But since you publicly made that statement, could you also publicly identify the political opponents that I have been meeting with for months? Now, this is the second excuse that the mayor has used to rationalize dropping me from his ticket. The strange part about this second excuse is that he invited me to his campaign kickoff with his campaign supporters. If he had planned to remove me from his ticket months in advance, as he stated, why would he have me show up to his campaign kickoff? Was it to deceive his supporters, to show he had an African American still on his ticket? So what is the excuse, is it? Or would he wait, or should we wait for his next excuse? Eventually, he might find one excuse that the citizens might believe. Now, at the October 8th City Council meeting, Mayor LaBrosse turned the microphone over to Deputy Mayor Canestrino to state her side of a conversation between her and I. During her statement, the Deputy Mayor decided to yell to my wife, who was just sitting in the audience and didn't make a statement at the public podium, by calling her out by her first name in public. This disagreement should be between the Deputy Mayor and myself and should not include any member of my family whatsoever. During the Deputy Mayor's tirade of calling me a liar, she tried to get the city council, city attorney to agree with her lies. Go back to the video and to the newspaper and read the city attorney's comments. He never stated that I said I was going to call the council racist. Citizens of Hackensack, the mayor and the deputy mayor should be ashamed of themselves for the lies and dishonest statements they are making about me, instead of being open and transparent to the public about the alleged racial slurs that was allegedly made by Councilman Battaglia. They decide to divert the attention away from him and focus it towards me. As I stated from the start of all this, by not being transparent to the public is going to make the council look racist. Enough's enough. We should be devoting our efforts and actions to what the citizens of Hackensack elected us for, and making this a better city for all of us to live in. I would like to thank everyone who has attended this meeting tonight physically and remotely. Take care, and God bless.
And I will respond to that. That decision was not 100% made. That decision was discussed prior to. I don't know the exact timeline, whether it was months or weeks. You yourself repeatedly said to people, I'm meeting with my team, and we thought you were on our team. Meeting with my team, constantly saying that. I don't know, what you expect us to think, but when you're meeting with another team, you're kind of implying that we're not your team. So that's where that came from. We know your connection to certain people in this town. I'm not going to go into depth. I'm not going to make names. It's just, I will say this. Being on a city council, and you're a coach, I'm a coach. It's and the word team. I'll use the word team, all right? People, there's no God-given right, number one, that you get to continue on any city council. And that goes for me as well. If this team wanted me off, I'd be gone. I'd have the right to run on my own, and nothing's stopping you from running for city council on your own. That said, teams get rid of players all the time and replace them with other players to make their team better. That's a fact, and that's where I'm going to end that statement. We really want to thank everybody for, especially the few that are here left, for staying the course tonight. It's been a long night. It's probably one of the latest council meetings we've had. I got to get up in 5.5 hours, so not looking forward to tomorrow, but we'll get through it. So thank you, everybody, for coming. I need a motion to close the meeting. All in favor?